What's up, Flannelverse? Gonna be here for about 4 hours today. Not sure how long my current guest is going to join us, but looking forward to doing a couple drafts with Jake Tribbey, the author of one of the more controversial best ball tweets of the year. Jake tweeted out, "Zero RB is insane because it's one of the most legitimately dangerous draft strategies with the potential to gigafry your brain, but is exclusively implemented by literal turbo normies who unironically want to heal their best ball PNL and basically get one-shotted by it. Literally the most analytically inept people in existence having their little best ball brains rearranged by some 185-pound round 6 RB out of UTSA who makes them quit their email job, divorce their boyfriend/girlfriend, and become a traveling circus stripper or whatever." Jake, man, what a hot take. What inspired this tweet? How did you, and you got backlash like across the best ball industry? How do you feel about the backlash? How's the fallout been?
Yeah. So what inspired the tweet were my abnormally high testosterone levels.
Sure.
I only draft running backs. I leave every best ball draft with 18 running backs, Neil.
As you should.
And that's how I win my leagues with brute force. So that's what I say would inspire it. What inspired the tweet, and then when it comes to the backlash, it's I'm still dealing with the fallout. I can't really leave my apartment. My girlfriend's been hounded by paparazzi on her way to work. It's been quite difficult here at my household, but we're persevering, and I hope to draft even more running backs to throw this all in the face of the zero RB cult.
You had to kind of expect the backlash from big zero RB. I mean, this is an industry. Big zero RB right now is an industry. You had to kind of know that it was coming. Pretty brave of you to send that tweet out, knowing that we, and I could include myself as part of big zero RB. You had to know we were coming for you.
Yeah, of course I did. But brave men can stand in the face of intense conflict, intense scrutiny. And I consider myself, a trailblazer in the fantasy community.
Bit of a maverick.
Yeah, especially when it comes to drafting guys who have like really jacked thighs or can run really fast at 220 pounds. Guys like that are really, really my type. If you weigh like 170 and you won the Heisman, and sure, maybe you put up 1,200 receiving yards for Philadelphia, I don't care. That means nothing to me.
Yeah.
I care about running the ball into the end zone, and I think a lot of like pure-blooded Americans will agree with me.
I know it's easy to withstand like the direct attacks, but how about the microaggressions? Like people giving you just an awful thumbnail, like a very blurry, very pale photo of yourself in their thumbnail of their YouTube description. I mean, is it going to be more difficult for you to kind of fire back at people who are just throwing microaggressions your way?
I will say that I woke up, I had some coffee, I cleaned my apartment up a little bit, and I looked at Twitter and I saw that thumbnail, and that's the worst fantasy football thumbnail I think I've ever seen. Yeah. And what was even more disappointing was that it's not like this would have made more sense if like we had connected through a mutual friend and weren't really in contact. Yeah. You could have reached out to me for
I could have just been like, hey, send me a nice picture of yourself.
Yeah, it would have been so easy. But instead you posted that, and then I did my best to fix it in Snapchat, which is about as far as my image editing can go. I think my version is slightly better, although it did unfortunately black out the tweet.
It did.
My legendary tweet that
I know you're very proud of.
I didn't want to make it seem like I wasn't standing by my incredible tweet.
Yeah. No, it was a great tweet.
You can't tell if it's a bit. I'm doing a really good job then.
Nobody really can. None of us really know to what extent this is a bit.
That's how I kind of want my whole Twitter to come off. It's like, is he serious? Is he not? We're not sure.
It's a good approach to Twitter, I think. I guess we'll find out as we get Jake's opinions as we do drafts here. We are about to jump into some best ball mania drafts. I do want to give a shout out to Scott Barrett. Came out with his season-long article today, his draft guide, which is just phenomenal. Every year the draft guide is one of the like first pieces that you should read if you are getting into your season-long drafts. I also think it's pretty applicable to best ball as well. It's about the players. Like it's about Scott's Exodia players, which that's going to apply to best ball as well. I believe that is paywalled, so you'll have to, I think it's $60. Jake and I were just I think it's $60 for the season to get that fantasy point subscription, but of course you can get it for 15% off using promo code Orfield24. Go check that out. It is a phenomenal piece. Scott put so much effort into that. I'll throw the link in the description of this video as well. Anything else that we should plug from Fantasy Points, Jake? I know you do a lot of great work at Fantasy Points. You know what's going on at all times behind the scenes.
Yeah, ton of great work coming out of Fantasy Points. I think the two major pieces are, both John Hanson's draft plan, and then obviously, what Scott just put out, his gigantic draft document that he always kills himself over. Obviously, we were just talking about, zero RB, and I think people talk a lot about, these particular draft strategies. What draft strategy is right for me? What should I be doing in best ball and redraft, whatever? I mean, the reality is you should just be taking the best players, and Scott's article, John Hanson's article, a lot of the content over at Fantasy Points does a great job highlighting who the best players are. You end up with all the best players, you kind of always win. So that's generally my draft strategy is to take the best guys, even though that generally leads to me drafting 18 straight running backs,
of course, naturally.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's generally good advice, just to take the best player. I mean, generally good advice that you want to get the best players. Of course, I'm always trying to stack my teams, trying to correlate as much as possible. So within the constructs of, trying to correlate your teams, trying to set yourself up for playoff success. If you can have an advantage on everybody else in finding the best players, that is just an enormous advantage. I think Scott is as good as anybody in the industry at finding the best players. So yeah, go check out those draft guides. Jake, we got the 104 in this draft. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, I really like these, like the 1-3 to the 1.6, because any of these wide receivers I'm pretty happy with. I mean, the fact that you can get, Justin Jefferson 6th overall is pretty nice in formats like these. I think the back half of the first round are when things get a lot tougher. So yeah. Hopefully for as long as I'm on the stream, we only draw the easiest picks, and all the best players fall way past ADP to us. Yeah. That'll make things a lot easier.
The 104 is also nice in that we will quickly find out to what extent this is a bit for Jake, the zero RB thing. So the top of the board, the top suggestion is Jamar Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson. We could also go Bijan or Breece Hall. Who do you like here, Jake?
I think I would lean Jamar here. I mean, I'm really fine with all of these wide receivers.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, gotta give a bit of a homer edge to a Bengal.
Are you a Bengals fan?
Originally I'm a Bears fan. I'm from Chicago, but I lived in Cincinnati. All my friends are Bengals fans. That's where I went to school.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that.
Yeah, so I am a bit partial to the Bengals. It also helps that my girlfriend's from Athens, Ohio, which is where Joe Burrow's from, and he's done Athens, Ohio, a very poor town in southeastern Ohio. He's done a ton for the town of Athens for like their food bank and all that. So
very cool.
My girlfriend's a big fan of Joe Burrow, and that certainly rubbed off on me. And they've just been a lot more fun to watch than the Bears for the last few years. So plus, everyone says this on every fantasy show, but you lose a little bit of your fandom doing fantasy. doing fantasy stuff. So it's been a little easier to adopt a secondary team, I would say, in the NFL. It helps that they don't, play in the same conference or the same division or anything. That would be a little weird.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I would say a fantasy points darling as well. I know Scott's pretty into Joe Burrow. He's one of those players that he's always like, yeah, Joe Burrow just goes way too late in drafts.
He's a great value. Over his last 25 games, 23.3 fantasy points per game. That's only behind Josh Allen over, quarterback's last 25 games. So QB2 over the last year and a half or so. Pretty nice because he's going, QB8, QB9 right now?
Yeah, he goes for late, and he falls too. Like he's not somebody you normally have to reach for. He's going to come to at ADP generally.
Yeah, and that was part of the reason I kind of did like Chase the most out of those options. Is I think the Bengals overall are a pretty strong value as a team. Chase Brown is a pick that I like quite a bit. I'm fine with Higgins, and then you can get Yoshivas in 17th, 18th round, which is pretty great for a guy who could play 70% of the snaps all season long. Jermaine Burton isn't too bad either, but it does seem like the steam's more on the Yoshi side.
Yeah, I was going to ask you your thoughts on Jermaine Burton because I was pretty high on him most of the offseason, but like you say, like it does seem like he's not going to just have that wide receiver 3 role outright. It does seem like Yoshivas may even have the lead there, like may have more run than Jermaine Burton coming out. So at this point, I'm like kind of taking my foot off the gas at Jermaine Burton and instead kind of attacking Yoshivas sometimes in the 18th.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was doing the same thing. It's certainly encouraging when every single scout says this third round pick is a first round talent. It was just off the field stuff, that led to him slipping. I think Brett Whitefield also said that no one could tell him, and he has NFL connections. He's very in tune with draft rumors and whatnot. No one could tell Brett what the off the field issues were, but it was just known he had off the field issues. So you can't take him in the first round, but obviously a very good player. It seems like he's more poised to be the T. Higgins replacement next year, rather than a guy who's going to be getting serious run this season. But obviously he could come on. I mean, we see that all the time with rookie wide receivers. An injury would obviously be stellar for a guy like him.
Yeah, absolutely. He would, if he gets the opportunity. I think he's going to be a great pick. But it's just at this point, it's a matter of we don't really know that he's going to get the opportunity, which scares me off him a little bit. All right, the top of the board, a couple Miami guys, Jalen Waddle, Devin Achane are the top of the board picks for us. Also, double Devontae Adams or Smith are there. Any lean here?
I basically always click Achane in this range because of the awesome upside, but part of me wants to take Waddle's pretty nice too, and I think Waddle's a pretty strong value. He only had a handful of games, I think it was like 6, with a route share over 70% last year. Yeah, let's go Waddle.
Yeah. Since
this is really throwing off the people who aren't familiar with me doing a bit or not, because I came out hot, 18 straight running backs, now 2 straight wide receivers. Who even am I? No one knows.
Who is this guy? It's impossible to tell. Comes out, says that he is a high T running back bro, and instead now he's drafting wide receivers with the first 2 picks. Mm-hmm. This is very confusing for all of us.
I think I might have accidentally mixed some soy milk in with my coffee instead of whole milk. Be the issue. So that actually might be my problem.
That'll do it. Your T levels are a little bit lowered today, but it is leading you to a more unique profile, I guess. Having some wide receivers in your build is going to be a little bit different than the rest of your drafts. So that's kind of nice.
Definitely. No, that is certainly nice.
Although I'm not sure that diversifying your profile is really something you want to do as a high T bro. I feel like you just want to get your guys for the most part.
I mean, I do think there's merit. If you really do think you know more than the market, I think there's merit to just diving in and grabbing your guys. But really, it's how much of each guy do you want? It's as simple as what's your risk tolerance. If you hate volatility, then you're probably going to end up with like 14% of everyone.
How do you feel about Kyren, Aiyuk, Diggs?
I think, man, this is tough. If Aiyuk goes to Pittsburgh, that would be a terrible pick.
It would be so bad.
You know what? Let's go with the high T pick and go Kyren here.
All right, let's do it. The black part of the coffee kicking in now. Not the soy milk. Now it's the tea is coming back a little bit.
Exactly. One thing I wanted to mention on Saquon Barkley, who wasn't a super viable option for us, it looked like. Something I've been wondering with him is it seems like it's currently priced in that Jalen Hurts is just going to keep getting all the 1-yard touchdowns. Jason Kelsey's retired. What if he just doesn't? Like, what if those are all handoffs now?
Yeah.
Because that play didn't work for the rest of the league nearly as well as it worked for Philadelphia for the last 3 years. What if those touchdowns go to Saquon Barkley? Then he'd probably be going 12th overall instead of 19th or 20th, right?
Yeah, and I also do think like it's so like narrative based, but I do think there is something to like Saquon Barkley is a big name. Like they had this big star signing. I kind of feel like they're going to be incentivized to let him get some touchdowns. Like even all else equal, if they're like we could score the touchdown either way, we're going to be able to score here. We have multiple shots. We could do Hurts. We could go Barkley. I kind of feel like they'd be a little bit more inclined to go to Barkley because he was like a splash signing for them. Maybe it makes, the coaches just a little bit more inclined to be like, all right, let's give our big name the touchdown here for the excitement factor. I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe that's not something they really care about, but it would be kind of logical for me to think like the coaches might want to build the hype around their new star signing. They've already got the hype built around Jalen Hurts. They already know he can do it. So I do think it is pretty likely that they give Saquon some of those opportunities.
Yeah, I think it's easy to like kind of overblow maybe some narratives like that,
Yeah.
but a lot of that stuff, like you can't completely discount it, I think.
Right.
I mean, we saw that with like Ezekiel Elliott when he was with the Cowboys. They gave him $1 billion, and so they gave him 1 billion carries, even though he wasn't as good as Tony Pollard. I mean,
right.
Sometimes it's just that simple.
Football coaches don't always make the most logical decisions. Not that wouldn't even necessarily be an illogical thing to do to try to hype up your big splash signing player, but yeah, so sometimes I don't think every decision is based on the best probabilities for the team necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's football coaches are weird people. That's for sure, man.
Yeah. I am liking the start of this team. Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, and Kyren Williams is a pretty fun start. I don't think I typically. I think I'm underweight to the field on Kyren Williams and a little bit terrified of that. So I like getting him here at pick 28.
Yeah, I mean he's the kind of player where maybe Blake Corum eats into him a little bit. Maybe there's an injury that just totally derails the season, but there's also a chance he's a 75% snap share guy all year, which is pretty awesome. For a round 3 pick.
Yeah. Paul says they were feeding AJ Brown first year with Philadelphia. Could see them do the same thing with Saquon. Yeah, exactly. Like wouldn't be that shocking to me at all to see them feeding Saquon.
The key is Saquon has to complain on the sideline. That's AJ Brown's best volume came after his like week 6 tantrum last year, and then he averaged like 12 targets and 150 receiving yards a game.
I feel like that's just a wide receiver talent to complain and get more looks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Amari Cooper would be week 17 with Jalen Waddle. Little correlation there. Love that.
Yeah, this is a great team. We could probably auto draft the rest of the way and in our 1.5 mil, but you obviously have a stream to do, so we can continue to make picks.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, it's this tool, the sidekick is pretty cool.
It does seem really nice.
Yeah. We have, I think, taken their suggested pick or one of their top 2 picks on like all of them, which is pretty sweet. This is Tresnor says the funnest of starts. Agreed. I'm enjoying this start quite a bit. Ooh, loving the Watchmen avatar there for Tresnor.
Oh yeah, that is a nice avatar.
Loved the comic. Haven't watched the movie. Haven't rewatched the movie recently. I was a little bit, I enjoyed the movie. I didn't know that it was like amazing, but I did enjoy the movie as well.
You big into like superhero type?
Not really. No. Okay. So George Pickens would be the suggestion here again if Aiyuk goes to Pittsburgh, but now at 52, I feel like it might be worth the risk. What do you think?
This is just a team that's so built to throw. I mean, the ceiling here is probably what we saw from Drake London the last few years.
So do you like Pickens or no? Something else?
I would sort of lean more running back here. I think I really like James Cook. I'm fine with Etienne.
I would like an ETN share just because he's 10 picks, 9 picks past ADP, and I don't have a ton. So just leaning into that a little bit, getting a little bit different.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. And it's got to be a good sign that the only other guy getting hyped up in the Jags backfield was objectively horrific last season in Tank Bigsby. So I really don't see Etienne losing much work there.
Yeah. Ooh, we are seeing Starkindler's Soul, Mahomes, Kelsey team. I'm more and more into the Kansas City offense. I feel like hasn't been a huge focus of mine, but I do think like the defense could take a step back, which will just have them throwing the ball more. Now they have a much more talented offense. I think they are going to score just significantly more points this year than they did last year, and I want to have parts of that. Of course, it could be that they just spread the ball around to their 4 awesome pass catching options, and nobody is a huge win. But I would be kind of surprised if at least one of them is not a pretty big win this year. And Mahomes, especially, I think is a pretty solid value.
They're significantly cheaper than they were last year, and that was the stack that I kept trying to jam in at, obviously what was in retrospect a bit too high of a cost. I think this year it's a very strong stack. At the price.
Kittle at 55. We're seeing the trade rumors in effect here, I think.
What do you think? Like, you could probably find a decent way to price this if we could just figure out what the probability is that Aiyuk actually gets traded. But it feels like the range is, you could say 30%, and that's probably reasonable. You could say like 80. That's also probably reasonable. So then what are we even talking about?
It is so hard right now to figure out, like, because multiple teammates referring to him as their former teammate, Brandon Aiyuk. So like, it seems like they all think he's getting traded, but no deal is done. And if they can't come to terms, like he's not going to get traded, obviously, if they can't come to terms, and they haven't yet. So I think it's being talked about in some ways like it's a done deal, but then it is not a done deal. And until it's actually done, like, we can't be that confident.
Yeah, I mean, worst case, it drags out into the regular season, and maybe they hold him out to keep him healthy for a potential trade.
Right.
That would be pretty extreme, but yeah, you could see a variety of scenarios playing out here, and it's just so hard to price them.
Yeah. Interesting. Anthony Richardson, the top of our queue. We don't have any correlation there with Anthony Richardson, but I guess at this point, just a good enough value.
Here's the thing about Anthony Richardson, Vernon Davis with a cannon. Does that convince you to pass up on any correlation?
No.
Okay.
Except that I'll just correlate later. You can always that's the beautiful thing with Anthony Richardson. Only one of his wide receivers is gone by the time you have to draft him.
Yeah, no, that is very true. Josh Downs, I think, is a fantastic pick. So if we could pair up Richardson with Downs, I would love it. I also don't hate the wide receivers in this range, especially Deontay. But I'd probably go AR here if he falls to us. I'd also be okay with taking another running back, and then we'd be pretty balanced between running back and wide receiver. We could probably lay off running back for until like the 11th or 12th if we did go like Rachaad White here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this order is approximately how I like it. I know Scott is pretty out on Brian Thomas. He was not into drafting Brian Thomas at all when I streamed with him last week. Are you a Brian Thomas believer? Are you fading him? What's your stance on BTJ?
I have not taken a huge position on Brian Thomas. I mean, my initial thoughts here, which I really haven't adjusted much, is that he's probably just going to be a clear out guy. But you could also argue that's what Gabe Davis's role is going to be in this offense. And, maybe they do get Brian Thomas more involved. I don't know. I kind of think the Jags, it's just going to be, Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram, soaking up almost all this pass volume. I don't know how much juice there's going to be for these other guys. Looks like we grabbed Deontay there.
Yeah. We get Deontay. Love that Kincaid fall. Oh no, did Kincaid go to the Josh Allen? I don't know if you saw my stream with Scott. It was one of the more painful experiences of my life. Yeah, Kincaid falls to 58. We had the opportunity. So we had actually even better than what Mr. has going on here. So he took Josh Allen at 34, Kincaid at 58. I believe we got Josh Allen to fall to like pick 40 or something like that, and then Kincaid fell back to us at 57, and it was just like, oh my god, this is amazing. We're setting up the ultra Buffalo stack. Like I'm never able to get this. It never falls to me. It fell to me, but Scott and I were doing a thing where I was just letting Scott make all the picks. Like it was a Scott holds Neil Scott hostage draft. Would not let me draft Kincaid. It was so painful for me.
Yeah, that's you cannot let Scott make all the picks because you will end up with some absolutely insane teams. I remember there were some basketball streams that we did last year, me, Scott, and Chris Wecht, where me and Scott would just go all in on the guys we wanted, and then we'd end with a team that it was on Chris's account that made it look like Chris, I thought might cry. There was one team we drafted that was one quarterback, one tight end. It was Mahomes, Kelsey. And then we just went crazy at wide receiver and running back, and Chris was like, this team's never going to work. It did terrible. It was a horrific team. So he was correct.
All right, Brian Thomas, Evan Ingram, David Montgomery. It sounds like you're more of an Ingram guy than a Thomas guy.
Yeah, I would definitely lean Ingram here.
I like that. It's our first tight end. Yeah, I imagine that Wecht is somebody who likes to correlate. He's very, math-based decisions. So yeah. I would think he's not just let's just get the best player. He's more of a let's correlate our team, make a nice, well-balanced team. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's why he's the perfect guy to do projections. He's very like me and Scott are like we get conviction on a guy, and then it's like, oh, I'm all in. I'm doing whatever I can. I'm mortgaging my house to buy this guy. Chris is always just like, no, we gotta think of the downside.
Calm, cool, collected.
Yeah, we gotta consider all outcomes. Working with Chris on projections is a lot of fun, and I know me and Scott will certainly have some fun with that this year, where Scott will want to push some running back he likes up to 28 DK points for his week 7 projection, and Chris will just be pulling his hair out trying to bring it back down. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a good time. So are you and Scott going to have input into the projections as well?
Yeah. I mean, it's it'll be a company-wide effort. Obviously, Chris is sort of leading the charge. He designed the sort of revamped projection system. It's something that I've worked very closely with him on with spring football.
Yeah.
So I'm very familiar with how we project players and all that. I think, the toughest part is just that there are so many players that it generally does end up being more than a one-man job. And of course, the wisdom of the crowd almost always leads you to a better answer than just
Sure.
one guy doing it. So yeah, he'll certainly have some help, but he's also a very talented young man who I'm sure could handle it all on his own.
I have recommended people use the fantasy points projections this year for DFS because I think Chris Wecht is top notch in terms of putting out projections, and it's obviously having you and Scott is not going to hurt him. That's going to be only helpful having more good brains on the.
It
calls.
Might hurt his stress levels, but I think it'll help the accuracy of the projection.
100%. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right, so we don't have a quarterback yet. Let's take a look at our team. So we have no quarterback. We have Kyren Williams and Travis Etienne at running back. At wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Amari Cooper, Deontay Johnson, and Evan Ingram.
Well, we got to get Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that is very clear. And it's pretty likely, I think, that we'll have that opportunity.
Yeah, chat, please let us get Joe Burrow. Thank you.
If we beg. Of course, RK Seal here does have T. Higgins. And he has Stroud, though. He does have Stroud. So maybe he doesn't want to go to double elite quarterback.
Yeah, if I get on my hands and knees, will that help us get Burrow?
I don't know if that will affect RK Seal. I don't know the user well enough to know if you get it on your hands and knees is going to do the trick.
Please, I need this. Okay, we're looking good. I think my internet begging is helping a little bit.
Yeah. Am I? Yeah. Starkindler. I'm blocking him. Sorry, Starkindler. He said, "Man, Sidekick is erasing my existence on this one."
You've been enjoying the Olympics at all? Let's go, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, my wife is super into the Olympics, so I have been watching. Not really live. It's been all like I catch the recap, and usually it's spoiled for me by the time I'm watching it. So It's been like kind of fun, not as fun as years past when I felt like we were able to watch it all live and not have any kind of spoilers ahead of time. But still always a good time. Are you watching a lot?
Yeah, it gets me really jacked up. I didn't feel this way as a kid, but now as an adult, I watch the Olympics and it's just like, man, I want America to win every event so bad. And I feel like it's really nice because how often do you go to a bar and everyone's rooting for the exact same thing?
True.
Like it's pretty, me and my girlfriend have just gone out, for drinks or to, grab food or whatever. And then you just see everybody rooting on, like the women's volleyball team or whatever. Like something no one else would probably, be watching in like any other circumstance, and the whole bar's pretty excited about it.
Yeah.
I think that's quite a bit of fun.
Today, it feels like everybody is just making fun of the breakdancers, which
the breakdancers.
Yeah. Did you have you not seen that breakdancing is now an Olympic competition?
Are you serious?
And honestly, it looks pretty silly. So
I would imagine it does. Okay, yeah. Chase Brown or Jonathan Brooks here. Chase Brown's pretty down in terms of ADP, right?
This is right around so his ADP is 103. So I don't think
neither
is coming back to us.
All right, yeah, let's go Chase Brown for the correlation. I do really like Brooks though. Brooks is like a really great best ball pick. I think he'll probably fall a bit more in redraft too because he's not going to play the first few weeks. So in your home leagues, you can probably get a great deal on a guy like Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah. I can't decide what to do with Jonathan Brooks. I know they want to run the ball a lot. I am still concerned. It's like, man, he's going to come on late onto a bad offense. Like there are a lot of reasons to be concerned about Jonathan Brooks. So I'm not as into him as a lot of very sharp people are. Like I listen to other people who I really respect, who are really into him, including Scott is super into Jonathan Brooks this year. And I still just can't get myself to get there, to get fully on board with Jonathan Brooks over guys like Chase Brown, Javonte Williams, other running backs that I like in the same range. So I think I'm going to probably end up underweight to Jonathan Brooks and very possibly look like an idiot because like you said, he is probably a better in best ball pick because of the, he's not going to do much early on. He's going to come on late. Like he could be awesome.
I mean, to me, that's perfect for best ball. I see like a Rachaad White type role here. I mean, there just isn't much other talent in this backfield. Sure, it might take him a while to come on. Like it might be week 7 before his first 75% snap share game. But, the offense sucking is obviously a concern. But how much does that matter if he averages, 6.3 targets per game? probably
Sure.
not a ton. So yeah, the upside case for Jonathan Brooks is incredible, and I think if he was fully healthy, he'd probably be going 20 picks higher.
Oh yeah, for sure. If he
Yeah.
were
So
fully
and
healthy,
in this kind of format, like that just doesn't matter. And especially with us, Neil. I mean, we've drafted some high T rushers.
true.
So
We
you
can
know, on this
afford
team,
to.
I think Jonathan Brooks would have worked well. I certainly wouldn't make him, my first running back pick. But yeah, no, I think he's a great, second or third RB.
Yeah. No, he would have made sense on this team. We also, if I had looked at the bye weeks, I might have bumped him up above Chase Brown. I could have seen it right here on the sidekick. Would have shown me that he does have a bye week overlap. But that combined with we also do have Deontay, so we did have a couple reasons to go Brooks there. I think both would have made sense for our team.
Well, yeah, and then we could draft middle schooler Bryce Young as our backup quarterback.
Exactly.
I believe he's 5'1", like 107 pounds. But he can sling it, man. He can throw it pretty well.
Yeah, no, that is my understanding. 5'1" is about right. Yeah, we could still take him with our Deontay Johnson, even without Brooks.
Deontay Johnson really popping in fantasy points new stat, which will be revealed soon. A.S.S. Great ass on Deontay Johnson.
Yeah. Great ass on Deontay Johnson. That is what you go to fantasy points for, really, is to learn about the players' asses.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we have. Everyone will know more about A.S.S.
That is an actual acronym, by the way. A.S.S.
Yes.
is an acronym for a new stat that Fantasy Points is coming out with that appears to be back testing really well in terms of its stickiness. So I'm excited to learn more.
Yeah, it's been looking really good. So you guys will get that in a week or two here, but it's going to be a really great stat for wide receivers and tight ends. And it's I think it's really going to help with context. Like, obviously we have a lot of great data, but there's still some pieces that are a little difficult to put together with what's currently out there. And I think this is just going to be another step in the right direction when it comes to pass catcher evaluation. So It's certainly something to be excited about, and it should be in the Fantasy Points data suite here in a few weeks. I wish I could say what it is and like go through the data with you, but Scott would probably immediately call me and I would have some explaining to do.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a fan of that. So what the sidekick is recommending here is maybe not what oh no, never mind. Yeah. I was thinking for a second that maybe we go with Trevor Lawrence instead, but he does have the same bye week as Joe Burrow, so I think we skipped that.
I'd go raw. Okay. Well,
I would have liked. I'm also a Jerry Jeudy guy. I am kind of an apologist, and we have Amari Cooper, so we could do a Cleveland stack.
Yeah, we could. Is Watson still on the board?
Oh yeah, Watson doesn't go till a couple rounds later.
All right, yeah, let's go with Jeudy then. Oh, Scott Barrett is currently calling me.
He's already mad.
Yeah. So I didn't say anything. Scott. I don't know why you're phoning me while I'm on a live stream. Nice. Generally, only my dad calls me during live streams, which I always find hilarious.
Your dad and your internet dad, Scott Barrett.
Yes, of course. My lovely boss who's watching the stream to make sure I don't say anything about proprietary company data that isn't allowed. Don't worry, Scott. I'm being a good boy.
Scott got that.
Nice. Yeah, he's on top of it all. That's what makes him a great CEO. He's always watching, like Santa Claus.
Yeah, like Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
Or like a stalker. I don't know. Is it a positive thing that he's always watching?
I would say yes, but some would say maybe not.
Yeah, I guess it depends on your personality, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. It helps me feel secure, having this watchful eye, knowing that if I say anything iffy at all in a live stream, I'll immediately get a phone call from my company CEO.
I wonder if Scott is watching and if he would want to come on the stream, because we could any stream is better with Scott Barrett.
He's going to commandeer our kick-ass draft and make us take Justin Ross.
Nick Chubb, Tua Tagovailoa. Do you have a A.D. Mitchell? Oh, A.D. Mitchell. No, we did not take. Never mind. Or Rico Dowdle.
I kind of like Rico Dowdle the most. I mean, I like Chubb a bit more in these best ball formats where maybe he could come on, but let's go Dowdle. Let's take the more sure thing. I mean, Chubb could be a real liability this year.
Yeah,
it's hard to say. It was crazy how much his ADP increased from him squatting.
That was like so nuts that people
that doesn't do anything
so much.
for like anybody. So that just made no sense. You got to see him run and make cuts. That's the issue with all these knee injuries. It's the stability. It's not the strength.
Yeah. I haven't got any messages from Scott, so I have no indication that he is watching the stream. Otherwise, I would invite him on to join with us. Oh, he just sent us something actually.
Yeah, I actually got a text message.
Big Brother is watching you. All right, yeah, sure enough. Scott says Big Brother is watching us. That's intimidating. Maybe I'll just send him the link just in case he feels like hopping on, talking about his latest article, because he spent a lot of time out. The last time we streamed together, he after a couple of drafts, Scott was like, "Yeah, I got to go. I have too much work to do right now." Maybe he's feeling a little bit relief now that he got it out there.
He probably is. I think A.S.S is probably next on his plate for tasks to tackle. He did say I could say more about A.S., but I don't know what that means. Okay, he informed me that he will be coming on, so nice. He knows what can be said about A.S.
Yeah, that is perfect. All right, I'm gonna throw him the link. There we go. So Scott can tell us more about A.S. Scott is, I would say, would you say that Scott is the lead A.S. man?
We're all A.S. men over fantasy points.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say it seems like Scott, Chris Wecht, Stephen O'Rourke, who are more on the data charting side of things.
Sure.
Have really taken the lead on the stat. Ryan Heath has done some good work with the data as well. And I've occasionally had like a snarky comment in our Discord
That's
chats.
always helpful. Always helpful with your comments.
I make sure to contribute to the team. Ideally as much as everyone else with the occasional Discord joke.
Perfect. That's what you're there for. I did send Scott the link to join.
Mm-hmm. So Scott's the kind of guy, he might not show up for another 15 or 20 minutes. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
But he'll pop on eventually. It'll be glorious.
We'll talk.
Maybe we get a big reveal. Maybe he'll tell the people what A.S. is all about.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear how much Scott is willing to share. Because I know he has told me what the acronym stands for before, but we have not gotten in depth talking about A.S.
Yeah, man, I've been looking at the data, and it's the stat's good when Tank Dell is at the top and Quentin Johnston is at the bottom. So that's probably the most I can say before Scott gets on. But that's just scrolling through the list of players and looking at the numbers, I was like, oh, this makes perfect sense. So that's a good sign. Yeah.
No, that's definitely a good sign. And you think the stat is coming out within the week or so?
Yeah, I was told a couple weeks. Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Be mad at Scott if it doesn't. Not my fault.
Of course. I'm pre-mad at Scott just in case.
Yeah, that it's generally good to like keep that in the holster. You never know when you're going to need it.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully Scott can maybe reveal a better date with it all. I know it needs to get in the data suite, and we're also going to have some articles explaining sort of the concept behind it, and then also some relevant fantasy takeaways, which I believe this will be separate pieces. But Scott's going to be here shortly to answer all our questions. I would love Josh Downs here if we could get Josh Downs. Neil, do you ever get the sense doing these streams that it's a bit more like live poker because so many people in your draft room are watching your own stream that if you reveal who you want, it makes that player go off the board faster?
Yeah. I mean, that definitely happens in some drafts. I feel like it felt like it was happening more early on, to be honest. All right, we can go for Josh Downs. He is not the suggester. That would be Gabe Davis or Deshaun Watson.
I think Watson will come back to us, right?
I think you're probably right, since we have.
And I'd like to load up on another receiver that I really like. And I really like our receiver room, but I think Downs would put it over the top for me.
Just make sure Njoku is not on that side of it. It doesn't look like Njoku is on that side of the board. So yeah, I think that we are good taking Downs here.
Scott isn't going to vulture my equity on this awesome team, right? It's all you and me on this one.
If he gets here before round 14, then we'll give him some equity. If he does not get here prior to round 14, so that is his cutoff. He's got about 2 minutes to get in. Otherwise, Oh, and here he is. Oh no, he heard the call.
This is devastating to me.
Scott Barrett
This is going to cost me $250,000.
And he's going to take all the credit for it too. Scott's just going to come in here and be, wait, why is he not showing up? Hang on. I can see him. I added him to the stream.
Could we have some technical difficulties until round 14?
There we go. I'm going to have to take the banner off of this. Apparently, I did not realize that would. I assumed it would adjust for 3 people, but it did not. Scott Barrett is here with us after coming out with the article that he does every year. It's an absolute slam dunk. If you have not already read Scott's draft guide for the year, go check that out. I think I already put the link. Maybe I forgot. I know that I copied the link. I'm not sure I pasted it. Scott, was it a big relief for you to get the draft guide out?
Oh, it was the best feeling in the world. You ever just have to pee so bad and for 2 hours and you can't get to the bathroom. You go to the bathroom, you pee, and it's can
we get
such a relief. It feels almost better than sex. And
wait,
that's
no,
what
he's still there, right?
Sorry, Scott. He for some reason he was pushed down our board. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe
I just take
Deshaun Watson. We have the double. We have Amari Cooper and Jerry Jeudy. I did not see him. I think I was probably just scrolling wrong.
What is this other thing you've got going on here?
So that is the legendary upside sidekick. So it gives you suggested picks based on who's on your team, who's likely to make it back to you, et cetera, et cetera.
Based on stacking or ranks?
Yes. Based on trying to correlate stacking and also week 17 stacking and ranks. And I think it also has an understanding of the ranges that players go in, whether they have a tight band of ADP or maybe you're going to be able to push them, that kind of stuff.
Oh, wow.
It is. I've talked, and I don't remember everything that's involved, but I've talked with Shady Advice, Sacrilegious, the kind of architects of it. And it's super advanced. It takes a lot into account. So it is a very cool tool.
So what would the Jaleel McLaughlin stack be?
I'm not sure if there's a correlation. I think that might just be it's also taking into account your team needs as far as positions go. It does show week 17 times 3. So we have the Joe Burrow stack. So that would be
nice.
It's the bring back on
perfect.
That seems really cool. That's
the perfect run back.
Yeah. No, it is a very cool tool. It is, I think, only you can only use it in Firefox right now. So I had to switch up the browser I'm using. Was the only concession I'm making.
And it's only for underdog as well, right?
Currently, they're working on getting it approved for DraftKings as well.
Are the other products out there viable for DraftKings, or are all the Draft Caddies kind of geared towards UD?
I believe the Draft Caddy is available for DraftKings. So that's Brick 75. His product is
Gotcha.
I believe available for DraftKings also. So Scott, we were talking about A.S.S. I love, by the way, the Jake's Internet Dad is the description for Scott. We were talking about A.S.S. before you came on, Scott. Jake was not sure how much he could share about A.S.S. Do you have any addition to the conversation?
Yeah, I thought we were keeping it a secret, and then Brett tells me he's kind of just been telling everybody on his show almost exactly what it is. So
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I also don't think it matters to how many listeners you have right now, Neil.
Not that 30 probably. I actually
okay.
I can't see because
then I'll give you the exclusive scoop. But it's just if there's all these football data companies, right, and none of them have the one stat that everyone wants, which is just wide receiver separation. How good is a wide receiver at separating? What percentage of their routes do they win or lose? And then obviously there's degrees of separation where you can have only a step of separation. And then you can have a wide receiver who just breaks the cornerback's ankles. And so we have both those stats. We have wide receiver win rate. We have average separation score to factor in, the ankle breakers versus just a step of separation or losses on the play. And that acronym obviously is A.S.S. And, I'll let you guys make your pick here and then I'll go on. I'm not going to have any inputs here. Oh, actually Demarcus Robinson.
Yeah. I want D-Rob as well. I don't,
you guys are just ignoring the draft caddy entirely, but I am a big Demarcus Robinson fan, so I'm okay with it.
All right. Well, now I get a third of the 1.5 milli. So
because you called out one player,
of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean that's fair.
So this is the one stat everyone wants. It exists to some degree. but you don't have it for every receiver in every game, every route. We're going to have that because it's the Fantasy Points data suite, and there's innumerable filter split options. You could look at it by route depth. You can look at it by coverage type. You could look at it by all these sorts of different things by, what is your separation on a curl route? Which wide receiver led the league in curl route separation? We're going to have all that. When is that coming out? I don't know. Hopefully in a few weeks from now. We're really hoping to get, we think it's going to like take over the industry. It's, like there's all these football data coming. None of them have had it. I've asked for this stat for like 6 years and it doesn't exist. And it's just like so valuable. Like Jake was saying is, Chris.
Hunter Henry.
Oh, you're on the clock.
Or John. Yeah. Hunter Henry would be the suggestion. Conklin. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I prefer Henry to John. Oh,
Henry or Conklin?
Conklin's pretty nice. I'll go Conklin.
Yeah, much higher in our projections. So I'd like that. 1.5 milli, split 3 ways. Love it, boys.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
the
so
coolest
Chris went.
thing. Oh, I was just going to jump in to say the coolest thing about A.S.S. to me is that it includes non-targeted routes, so you can see how open guys were when they didn't get thrown the ball, which kind of opens up a door to, say the alpha wide receiver one leaves the team, who's going to be, the new guy. It's probably the guy who's getting the most separation on that team, or the most separation overall. Maybe they're also new to the team.
Yeah, we also have like separation market share. But I was just gonna say, like Chris Wecht, who's our projections are, but also like really leading the forefront with this. He is such a purist and like doesn't want to bullshit. Where like I'm a little bit of a marketer, where I'm just like, this is the best thing ever, and I'm also just like so hyped about it. But like even he is like, listen, we only have 2 years. A 2-year sample size here. And so like, maybe it's not as predictive as we think, not as sticky as we think, but like immeasurably more predictive than ESPN's open score, more sticky than ESPN's open score, more predictive than that, the next gen stats, average separation as well. Everything looks great. And like, you're going to see outliers like Deebo Samuel doesn't rank high, but it's like, yeah, he's a yak guy. He's never really a great separator. And I'm like looking for outliers to shit on. And like, the ones I had were like, wow, Demarcus Robinson looks really good. Andres Ivoshivas looks really good. And so like, okay, maybe like there's, and then no, apparently Yoshi on the Bengals is like Tyreek Hill mixed with Calvin Johnson. He's, taking the league by storm. Jordan Rodriguez keeps saying Demarcus Robinson is aging in reverse. And like Jake said, like the top 15 of the list is like Rashad Bateman's in there. But like outside of that, it's like everyone you expect. Bottom 15, just about everyone you expect. Actually, Greg Dortch might be like a negative outlier, but he just ran a lot of go routes. And so like we tried to like poke holes in this. And right now it looks really good. It really looks like it's going to be able to live up to my hype at least.
It's also confirming all of my priors, which I love. Like all of my favorite late rounders. It's like Marcus Robinson, Rashad Bateman, Yoshivas. Like these are all the guys that I love. So I'm loving it already.
Yeah, and we can do advanced scouting for our UFL show by looking at the bottom of A.S.S. to see who's going to be a UFL superstar.
Yeah, very true.
Heck yeah.
Is this going to be in the data suite exclusively, or is it going to be a separate thing?
Yeah, this is going to go right into the data suite. So if you're already a sub, you're going to get it first. We might do a free week to let everyone play around with it, but definitely going to give the subscribers access first. We're going to have a bunch of content built off of it as well. So be on the lookout. It's just a matter of, our back end guy, back of the house guy, web developers getting it into the tool, but we're making steady progress. So hopefully just a few weeks away.
Very exciting. And again, 15% off promo code Orfield24 for the data suite if you want that, or as Scott said, plenty of content around it as well. That's a little bit less expensive to get your foot in the door, all that data. All right. The suggestion here would be Audric Estime. I'm super into Estime, so I'd be good with that. We might want one more tight end that does not have a week 12 bye. What do you think?
I like Estime here. Is this the 16th round? Yeah, I think I'd wait another round on tight end.
Yeah, I think we can. I'm a big Estime fan. Let's do it.
I'm with you guys.
I think your tweet about the Sean Payton backfields, Scott, is kind of what initially got me pretty. I mean, I was already drafting some Estime, but that really like ramped it up for me. It's like, damn, that is a valuable backfield. And there's, I don't think it's necessarily written in pen who is going to get the carries there. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah. I also shout out to Denver's front office. They're supposedly the most analytically minded front office in football, and they just keep grabbing my guys. Like Estime was like a huge one of my guys in the draft process. By all accounts, they love him. So yeah, hopefully he lives up to my expectations for them.
Jonnu, Sinnott, and Dulcich are the 3 suggested.
I do not have a strong take here.
Jonnu would be correlated with his teammate and also the week 17.
Okay, that's probably
which teammate is he correlated with?
Jalen Waddle.
Okay. What's the correlation on wide receiver 2s versus tight end 1s on the same team?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I know that the general philosophy is you want to make bets on teams overall. So I think we're frequently trying to correlate just for the Dolphins are going to be awesome this year. So taking multiple players from one team as a way to break ties, essentially. If there's like a tier of players, like, yeah, might as well just add him on to the bet we're already making on the Dolphins being really good. So I don't know if there's any kind of anything out there as far as the actual math of how much of a boost you should give for that correlation. But I think that just as like a tiebreaker, let's just make a bet on that team being good. Is generally the philosophy there.
I'm showing in a blowout or a high scoring shootout, tight end 1 to wide receiver 2, 0.36 correlation. That's pretty good. I don't know.
All right. So it's worth something. Where are you looking for that, if you don't mind me asking? Is that in the data suite somewhere or somewhere else?
No, I wrote an article 2 years ago, Google large field DFS tournament cheat sheet, where I broke down all that. And so you could just look at in any given week, let's say highest over under of the week, shootout spread would be, within plus minus 3 points, let's say. And then it has all the correlations there for you to look at. So the highest correlate, I just lost it, but has all the correlations you want to look at. So ideally helps you out with stacking. Very cool. I'm supposed to redo it this year, but it took me 6 weeks to write.
Jesus. So right now you're working on it. Is Ask the next thing that you're coming out with, Scott?
That's right. My big draft guide came out. Really think fantasy points is the best in the game when it comes to redraft, start, sit, home leagues. Really just read that. You don't need to read anything else. And that took me forever. No honeymoon this year. Just kind of got back and did that nonstop.
You're sick, man.
I know. So yeah, now we're working on rolling out A.S.S. Very excited about that.
Are you planning on a honeymoon after the season? Have you figured out your plans there? Scott just got married 2 weeks ago, for those people who don't know.
Yeah,
he recently apologized for it on Twitter because he was a little late on his draft guide.
Well, I'm maintaining my virginity, guys, because that's my fantasy superpowers.
Yeah.
Wife wants Italy, and so I said, "Oh yeah, sure. After the season, we'll do that." But what I do to her every year is I'm just the season's crazy, and then things calm down, and then she's like, "It's February. Why are you so busy?" I'm like, "Oh, it's postseason DFS, or it's the draft, or it's UFL," and she hasn't realized yet is that it never dies down. It's just,
yeah, it is always football season.
I'm going to be in Italy on my honeymoon drafting underdog teams for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think you can draft underdog teams internationally, right? Wasn't there
maybe
a tweet
where
a guy was very upset that he entered 1 million slow drafts?
That's true.
I'll find a bookie.
Make the picks overseas.
I'll find a bookie to do a UFL head-to-head with.
Nice. Yeah. Perfect.
I'll take all your UFL head-to-head action, Scott.
Oh boy. You guys playing preseason DFS at all? No, right?
I haven't been.
I have not either. I know Darren's been doing a great job with that stuff.
No 5 people combined have put in as many hours as Darren. And I don't know that anyone's won as much money as him over the last 2 years. So if you're into that, just head on over to the DFS channel and Discord. Darren's going to give you the nuts. Although we partially faded.
We need a running back here. What do you guys think? Roshan? Prince would probably be my preference.
Oh, Kendre? Is Kendre still there?
Kendre is still there.
Oh, take Kendre.
All right.
Aren't
We'll
you
do
worried that the coaching staff hates him and that he's always hurt?
Yeah, but what are their options?
I mean, the guy who might be the RB2 for the Chiefs, maybe.
No, I just mean like, Kamara's
Saints.
old, sucks at outside zone. Jamal Williams stinks, sucks at outside zone. Taysom Hill, God, I don't know what to do with Taysom Hill, but
you can't make the team from the training room, man.
That's right. That's right.
Fair point. Taysom Hill, tight end eligible on both Drafters and DraftKings, I believe.
Wow.
So I kind of like
quarterback
that as a
on
pick.
underdog.
Yeah. This is good. This is a fun question from Noah. Can you ask Scott and Jake about Justin Fields? If you knew he was starting all 17 games, where should he be drafted?
So that's actually in my article. Is I ranked him with the assumption that we know he's starting week 1. I put him QB 11. So if you just look at over the past 1.5 seasons, so like week 7, 2022, only Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, I think one other quarterback ranked above him in fantasy points per game. I think things are different in this Arthur Smith offense, although we have seen quarterbacks score some more rushing fantasy points per game than we expected. But it's just like a slow paced offense. So fewer plays per game is a concern, more run heavy. But QB 11, yeah, I feel good about that. I was taking him before all this recent hype when it was a little less trendy, and I didn't feel great about my, second or third QB, or I waited. I think he's a fine pick. Greg Cassell told me 4 years ago that Russell Wilson looked washed, and that was like a super controversial take at the time, but like he's just looked washed every season since. And Fields has more upside for sure. I don't know that he really knows how to play football all that well, but he's exciting. Not much of a difference between him and Russ.
If I knew he was starting all 17, I think I'd have him like QB 7.
Wow.
He would be an incredible pick. I mean, I said this last time we got together, Neil. Desmond Ridder won more Millionaire Makers than Patrick Mahomes. And now Justin Fields gets to play for the guy who coordinated Desmond Ridder's last offense.
Wow. There is a price component to that stat, but yeah.
Yeah,
he was cheap every week.
Point. Yeah.
Yeah, there is, but Justin Fields will probably be pretty cheap for the majority of the year. I think like the tough thing with Fields and best ball is that there's a pretty good chance he'll get benched.
That's the other thing is if I knew any quarterback was going to start all 17 games, I'd give them a bump. Like you can't draft anybody assuming they're going to start all 17 games. So it's he would be pretty high if I knew he was going to start all 17 games. Like that is if you had that foresight. James says, here's a better Fields question. If you have no idea how many games he's starting, why are you clicking him? There's a lot of at the back of the draft. There's tons of players that we have no idea how many games they're going to be starting, how many games they're going to be playing. I mean, that's you just don't have sure things at the back of the draft. And Fields, I think, has as high of an upside as basically anybody you can get in the 16th round or later. So I think that's the answer.
Well, you have one sure thing in DeMarcus Robinson, but yeah, everyone else is an estimation.
Yeah.
So I think Jake is going to have the stat, but isn't it something like Derek Carr hasn't scored more than 21 fantasy points in like 7 years?
I tweet this out every year. I think over the last 5 seasons, Derek Carr has scored over 25 fantasy points twice.
Yeah, and Justin Fields has multiple 40-point games over the last 2 seasons. So that's massive spike week upside, low ownership, cheap cost. So he's probably right now a better pick than Derek Carr, even under the assumption that maybe he doesn't start till like second half.
I mean, Carr's got some benching risk too.
That's a hot take,
right?
Yeah. All right, let me read off the team. So we have Joe Burrow and Deshaun Watson at quarterback. At running back, we have Kyren Williams, Travis Etienne, Chase Brown, Rico Dowdle, Audric Estime, Kendre Miller. At wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Amari Cooper, Deontay Johnson, Jerry Jeudy, Josh Downs, DeMarcus Robinson. At tight end, Evan Ingram, Tyler Conklin, and Jonnu Smith. A lot of correlations here, as you would expect. We have Joe Burrow with Jamar Chase, just a single stack there, I suppose. And then we have the bring back of Audric Estime from Denver in week 17. And then we have Deshaun Watson paired up with Amari Cooper and Jerry Jeudy. We have bringbacks of Jonnu Smith and Jalen Waddle on that one. So we do have full game stacks for both of our quarterbacks. I think we have good talent across all positions. Scott, you were the last one here, Scott. So you did not get to do most of the draft with us. How do you feel about the team?
I put in very minimal effort, and I have a chance to win a third of 1.5 milli. So
You feel good
I
about your
great
equity
it.
in the team at least.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
sure.
right. Yeah. I think this is solid. Yeah.
Jake?
Yeah, I trained my whole life for this moment, and then Scott came in to steal $250,000 from me.
It's pretty rude.
Yeah, in
Typical
round
Scott.
15. So that's pretty tough. But I do legitimately love this team. I think this is a fantastic.
Scott, of
draft.
course, known for putting in very little effort. He doesn't work hard at all. He never works. He's just coming in at the last minute to vulture, to steal, to leech off of us.
All he does
team.
is vape and complain.
Classic Scott.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Are you guys ready to jump into another one?
Of course.
I'll do a few rounds.
Okay.
And I get a run.
Enough rounds to get equity, and then
Yeah. Classic.
Bounce.
Just
Hell
leeching
yeah.
again.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, first thing we do is we got to go to Vegas together, all three of us, to party. And I'll tell you what, if we do that, I'll pick up the tab.
Okay, that almost makes up for it.
But we're eating Taco Bell the whole time. I'm cheap.
What?
Have you been to the fancy Taco Bell in Vegas? That was the highlight of my best friend's bachelor party. I had a
fancy Taco Bell.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Can I Google this? Is it called fancy
I had a
Taco
Mountain
Bell?
Dew. No, I had a Mountain Dew Baja Blast with tequila in it, like a slushy. It was incredible.
If you look up fancy Taco Bell, the second thing is Las Vegas. So this will probably lead me to the correct Taco Bell.
Ooh, we get the 103 here.
Is it just one of the Taco Bells that serves alcohol? Because that's every image.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, dude, if Taco Bell served alcohol in every single Taco Bell,
DUIs would
I
skyrocket.
would
That would be
just never go anywhere
100%.
else. Yeah.
That would be terrible.
But yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Just the boys getting hammered. Like imagine the people hanging out at the Taco Bell bar,
Oh my
drunk off
god.
of
That's
slushy
It would not be
tequila
great.
Baja Blast.
yeah. I don't even like thinking about that.
A lot of familiar names in this one. RK Seal was in the last draft with us. Of course, Mr. in the 2-hole. Rishi Patel. I feel like I draft with Rishi a lot. I'm not sure if he is in our chat ever. Snatch catchers, of course. Chris always frequently in these. Jeremy, the icon at the 111. Some other names that I think I vaguely recognize, but let me know if you're in chat draft with us. Let us know. Christian McCaffrey would be the top of the queue here. I don't know how concerned we are about any kind of injury with Christian McCaffrey. Is it enough to scare us off him at the 103 if he's there? He's there for us at the 103.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty simple, just don't overthink it kind of pick, right?
Yeah. The guy outscored any other running back by over 100 PPR fantasy points last year. Like it's just like such a large gap to fall and still be the guy, even if you're baking in, well, he's a little banged up right now, maybe they take it easier on him next year. So yeah, that works for me.
Yep. Very solid. Stocker.
It really feels to me like the market is so aggressively overreacting to these guys who are currently hurt and might miss week 1, week 2, week 3, but have the same chance as anyone else as being healthy for the weeks that actually matter.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm always a little bit concerned about like injuries prior to the season. I feel like I historically buy the dip on it, and oftentimes feels like it goes just terribly wrong. Like when a player is already hurt prior to the season, it's always a little bit of a worry. But
yeah, that's fair. I think the disasters really stick out in your mind more than
that's probably true.
The times
That's
where
probably
a guy
true.
just ended up being fine.
Yeah. Mr. Clarifying that he didn't pass on him because of the injury. It was because he needed more Tyreek Hill. That's fair.
So I do think injury optimism it hurts you way more than it helps you. And especially with these guys entering the season banged up, although it sounds like McCaffrey should be good by week 1 but like last year I had so much Darren Waller, Christian Watson, Cooper Kupp, and then, they had that injury that no one knew about until like 5 days before the season started, and look at how their seasons went.
Yep. McCaffrey, for years, it kind of felt like everybody was kind of discounting McCaffrey because of the injury history, because people were super worried about McCaffrey being hurt. And now I think he's had 2-3 years in a row of just like really good health. And I feel like we've kind of forgotten all of the past history a little bit.
Well, he never had any serious injuries. It was like high ankle, like AC joint type stuff, like stuff that's fairly easy to come back from. It wasn't the the dreaded ACL or Achilles, the stuff that could long-term impact your performance.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Plus he's brothers with Luke McCaffrey,
Is he really?
Which is big. Yeah. Not a lot of people know that.
We already did this whole bit the last time Jake was on the screen.
I'm fine repeating every bit from Wednesday night.
Yeah.
So Edwin just shared a tweet with me, our injury expert. He said, put your tinfoil hat on. Dak Prescott being held out of practice Friday for precautionary reasons because of ankle soreness following joint practice. He was also in a walking boot not too long ago. Maybe it's contract related. CeeDee Lamb holding out. Everyone's just like CeeDee Lamb 101. It's nothing. But, I made so much freaking money the year Le'Veon Bell held out because I drafted James Conner everywhere. And, it's one of those things no one is factoring in, like the potential for that. But that would be sick. That would be really funny as a Giants fan if Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb are just like, yeah, we're not playing football this year.
I wouldn't love it for my best ball portfolio, if I'm being honest with you. But yeah, that would be okay. Let's make our pick. So Jonathan Taylor is a suggestion here. Malik Neighbors. I know at least one person on the stream pretty high on Malik Neighbors. What do you guys think?
I think you have to take JT here, just because how often do you see a CMC plus JT team?
Yeah, not very. That is a good point. Yeah, since we already got the rare fall for CMC, I think that is I like that.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the Colts had dialed back a little bit of the Anthony Richardson designed runs around the red zone. He was hurt. Both of his injuries last year, the concussion and the AC joint, were both on design runs.
What Brett and I were just debating. He was like, how could you have JT 4 and then Saquon 8 or 9, wherever I had him? Because ideally it's the same thing. Shane Steichen, tush push, QB sneak, touchdowns. But I don't know. I'm more bullish, like you said.
I mentioned earlier on this show, what if they kind of abandoned the tush push now that Kelsey's retired?
Yeah, the issue with that is their backup center, or their now starting center, is really good. But could be. That's
fair. No one could, what was the next closest team in terms of QB sneak efficacy?
All right.
Still a pretty big gap.
So Brandon Aiyuk, DK Metcalf, Stephon Diggs, DJ Moore, Tank Dell. Any preferences here?
I'm not sure I have a strong lean. I'm fine with all these wide receivers.
What about a hyper fragile start? You ever do that, Neil?
No. No, I do not. Kyren is there if we want to.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go
all
full
right.
alpha.
We're doing it.
Wow.
We're talking about going.
This is the draft I
running backs.
Yeah, 18 straight running backs.
Man, this might be my only 3 RB start in all of my best ball mania drafts. I would not be surprised if that is the case.
This is for sure the only CMC JT Kyren team in existence. And so what if those guys just all go nuclear week 17? You never know.
It could happen.
This is what happens when you start bench pressing.
My one pushback on that would be, I feel like anybody who takes a running, people who start 2 running backs are the people who are more likely to go with a third running back in round 3. But maybe because the top 2 being so rare. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is. Maybe it's going to be a rare combo, rare trio here.
How many? It seems like the default build for basically everyone is 0 or hero RB. Teams like this are probably less than 10% of the field, right?
Teams that start with 3 running backs, yeah, I would think so.
And especially 3 running backs like these. We got a great combo.
Yeah,
there is upside to this. It is contrarian. This is a half-point PPR format where you can start up to 3 running backs in any given week. I do see a lot of value at wide receivers late. So many people are like, no, you have to go wide receiver because opportunity cost and the well runs dry. But legitimately, I think ADP is bad in the middle to late rounds at wide receiver. So there's value there. You just have to outdraft everyone.
That's the hard part, is getting all the right players, being able to nail those players, which is, of course, it's helpful when you've got Scott's draft guide to lead you to some of those Exodia players. Very helpful. But yeah, if we can nail the wide receivers.
Do you know what Exodia is, Neil?
I only know it through you. Yeah, no, actually, I don't actually know the definition. Yeah. I only know it through you using it. So can you give me a definition?
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh thing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Do you know Yu-Gi-Oh? Jay?
I watched the Yu-Gi-Oh show when I was a little boy.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
And I grew up.
Yeah.
I never did.
Yeah. I was friends with a guy who was a nationally ranked Yu-Gi-Oh player in his 20s. So, yeah.
Wow.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. I liked it as a kid. Trivia question for you. Trivia question for Jake.
Oh, geez.
Do you know who the original Exodia was?
Like your first Exodia?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'm pretty good at Scott Barrett trivia. I should know this.
We see ADP, Neil.
Yep.
Drawing a
That's
blank.
ADP.
This is probably slightly before like I got really into fantasy football. Like I was probably borderline in high school.
It was rookie season Kareem Hunt when he was like round 14 at the time. I said your draft ends when you take him. It's over. You just won.
I was gonna guess Larry Johnson, but that would have been before your time as a writer.
Yeah. I think you got to go Josh Jacobs here.
No, we're not doing. Come on.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Christian
Kirk,
Kirk?
I think, would be my favorite.
It would be
pick.
Kirk.
Yeah.
Or Rashee Rice. Oh, or did I just blow it? He probably falls back to us, right?
I think.
There's a good chance he
I
does.
think we should go Kirk here. He's got the higher ADP.
More likely that Rice falls back to us than Kirk. Yeah.
But I definitely have Rice above in my rankings by a substantial margin.
I mean, if we knew Rice was going to play all 17 games, or at the very least, if we knew he wasn't getting suspended, he'd be back in the second probably.
I don't think he gets suspended. I just think the ADP is stupid. That's Chris Weck's Exodia. He has him like wide receiver 15 in our fantasy point per game projections.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Rice goes. I think you did shoot yourself in the foot there. What is ADP? His ADP is 54. I guess that's not that far off. Man, he's been rising.
I have him well above that in my rankings. I think I don't really like Terry McLaurin here, but I draft so much of Jaden Daniels that I just feel like I have to take him. That's me. But
let's do it. I'm a big Jaden Daniels fan.
I got a question for Jake here. One of the rankings I struggled with the most was Anthony Richardson. I've had him as high as QB3. Do you think that's crazy? What do you think?
I mean, I think you could pretty much justify a QB1 ranking. I'm not sure I'd go that far, but no, I mean, I think pretty much any, ranking in the top 5-6 is fine for AR. He's an incredible athlete. This team is going to run a lot of plays, hopefully score a lot of points.
And then there's that Jalen Hurts upside, which what if he just leads the league in rushing touchdowns? Like, what are the odds on that? That might be a good bet.
I can pull that up for you.
I mean, you don't even need to extrapolate when he actually played last year. Anthony Richardson, like just extrapolate that, and you got your QB1, right?
Yeah.
So
we have a 10-quarter sample.
Yeah. So you could look at fantasy points per drop back where he easily led the league. I did fantasy points per 4 quarters, and it was the most of any quarterback all time. That was
Jesus.
Fun.
Yeah, it is fun.
Okay, Richardson's plus 2,000, so not amazing odds. 3, 6 best odds. He's above Bijan. That's kind of stupid.
That's awesome.
I would
bet for MVP odds.
No, for most rushing touchdowns.
Oh, most rushing touchdowns. Okay, yeah.
That's a little silly. He's above Bijan.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. That's just rushing touchdowns. That doesn't include receiving for Bijan, though.
No, just rushing.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that then. Seems reasonable. Man, it's such an uncomfortable start for me. We start with 3 running backs and then 2 receivers. Again, probably the first time I've done this. At least in BBM.
Why are you embarrassed to say that?
Embarrassed to say that we started with 3 running backs.
Let your balls hang, Neil. We drafted 3 running backs in a row.
Man, the testosterone levels.
That's what we do.
That's got to make you feel pretty alpha.
Yeah.
And this is what happens. You get me and Scott on the show, you're going to end up with some teams that just really...
Where's Chris Wecht right now? Anybody have a line for Chris Wecht? I need him to come in here.
He could really
talk some sense into you guys.
He should be your next guest, and then you could probably cancel out all the equity that me and Scott are claiming.
We're a couple of alphas. Everyone else in this is seeding alpha. We are Godwin, Deontay Johnson, Aaron Jones. This is such a nice range.
This is a nice range, yeah.
What are the odds Deontay falls to us after I said his name?
Yeah.
Well,
Can you just plead
Deontay-
with them, please, guys? We take 3
Nick was
running
trying that
backs.
earlier.
Please let Deontay fall.
I'm begging
You
you.
like Neil, you like me, you're watching the show. Please, come on.
It worked
Guys.
earlier when I begged for Joe Burrow on our first team.
It did.
So yeah, I would also really like Deontay. Please, I actually own a Deontay rookie card, like the fiscal one.
Wow.
Yeah, I paid like $70 for it, and I think it's worth a lot less than that now. But maybe,
awesome.
maybe you know,
Damn it.
Rich Gannon type career.
Chris Godwin came back to us though.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
Okay.
like Godwin a lot
Yeah, we
in the
can take
couple.
Godwin.
Not as much as Deontay, but
he has the higher ADP, so it was less likely that Godwin made it back. I'll take that all day.
what's your grossest take you feel good about, Jake?
My grossest take I feel good about.
Mine is like Bryce Young has really good odds of doing like the Jared Goff Tua thing where like people are just like he's dead and he sucks, and then a brilliant play caller comes in and they're like, oh, he's gonna get paid so much money in 4 years.
I mean, my grossest in-season take is definitely going to be that I'm going to think Will Levis is like a great GPP play, like probably 7 different times this year.
Oh, absolutely, dude! I can't wait for DFS. We're gonna have so much fun. Did you guys talk about the cage match show?
We have not announced the cage match show.
What are you doing? What are you
We
doing?
talked about it a little bit yesterday. Or yeah, the last time we streamed, I mean. All right, so Brian Thomas, I know Scott hates Brian Thomas. JMO is still there, Jameson Williams, Keon Coleman, Jordan Addison, DeAndre Hopkins.
Joe Burrow.
I think DeAndre is probably my favorite.
DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah.
Old guy who's already hurt. Jake Ferguson, Joe Burrow, Kyler Murray, Aaron Jones, and you're done at running back.
All right, fine.
Okay.
Yo, Young money. Let's go.
Because we can probably push the wide receivers, maybe.
So now what we get to do is not draft another running back and really take a volume approach. There's upside. Who have the Giants beat right? Have the Giants beat writers finalized who do you think the starting 3 are?
I believe they still have Tyrone Tracy as the 2 and Eric Gray as the 3.
No, I mean the wide receivers.
Oh, the wide receivers. No.
Is it Neighbors, Wandale, and then Hyatt? I think
that's
Hyatt, what
Hyatt
I read,
has been what I've heard. Yeah.
Although Slayton was the guy I was drafting, so maybe that's just wrong. My wife is texting me. I told her I was not working today. I was going to finally spend some time with her.
Yeah, this is the most Scott Barrett thing I've ever heard. Is it not gross enough to say I think Josh Palmer's going to be the wide receiver 1 for the Chargers? Do you have to?
Oh no, dude! Joe Dolan had one of the takes of the summer. He said everyone's looking for this year's Puka Nacua. There isn't one. If you're looking for this year's Nico Collins, it's Josh Palmer.
It just seems so obvious. I mean, he's a great wide receiver, and they might run a lot of 12 personnel. He'll still be out on the field.
He was another ass guy. Deontay, a big time ass guy. So, and we're ass men. So
I'm excited for the stats to come out.
The puns we're making are so incredible in these articles. I just hope it doesn't detract too much from like how this is legitimately like one of the best stats ever.
The
and like
of the stat.
Our charters go through like years of charting school and just like take things so seriously. And it's just like Ryan wants to name his article "Playing with Ass" because he's come up with like a bunch of new ass stats based around ass.
Nice. Yeah, that is kind of funny to just, it's all going to devolve into a lot of talking about ass.
Well, I met with a marketing expert on it. I'm like, how stupid is it to like go by the acronym ASS? And he's like, no, it's brilliant. You're getting a free 40% engagement boost. You know how much other sites would pay for that?
Yeah.
You're probably right. Burrow's still there. Brooks, one of my guys.
I mean, we're not going to take an unstacked Joe Burrow, though.
Exactly.
We could get Yoshi later.
You can. Yeah.
That is true.
Burrow's one of those things where like legitimately he's a multi-round value where like I really don't care about the stack. Like I would be so happy to take him here. Did we get McLaurin? Where does Jaden Daniels go?
Yeah. We have McLaurin, so we can take Jaden Daniels.
Dude, I'd go Burrow then Jaden, be done at quarterback, and then just finish the draft with like 10 wide receivers.
I'm not opposed to that. Okay, Burrow went. We can probably take Daniels here.
Thank you. I think Rishi did that as a favor to me.
I was gonna say if you take Burrow, I'll stay on the show for the rest of the draft. But
when your wife is texting you, please stop streaming, sweetie.
Yeah, there's enough. We're done at running back. That's right. See, I'm so used to drafting running backs in this range that I'm looking at the running backs instead of the receivers.
So it's a unique build.
It is.
I think especially for underdog, it seems like wide receivers are priced up even more on half PPR site underdog than they are on DraftKings.
No, they are for sure.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing stuff.
But I think like they're sharper drafters on underdog too.
Yeah,
so it's kind of funny that they're being pushed up on underdog where they're less valuable.
Do you think there's like an optimal, like if you had $1,000, do you think there's an optimal allocation between the two sites? Or would you just go all in on DK because you think the rooms are softer?
I've had more success on underdog. So let's make our pick. So we have Cortland Sutton, Romeo Dobbs, Rashid Shaheed, Khalil Shakir, Jerry Jeudy.
Shaheed is probably my favorite. I don't know if Scott has a strong take.
Yeah, so I'd agree with that. Can you just click on wide receiver or queue up Shaheed and then? Yeah. Dude, I keep thinking about Dobbs though. Like, I think he stinks, but I think he leads the team in routes.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I think me and Neil had this discussion last time I was on where I think there's a pretty good argument for Dobbs because everyone's excited about Jalen Reed after what he did last year. Everyone's excited about the hypothetical upside of Christian Watson, but what if Dobbs is just kind of their best receiver? And he's always their best receiver in July and August. He's the only guy with camp highlights.
Yeah.
Jari said he's the second best wide receiver in the NFL right now.
Yeah, he said Devontae Adams and Romeo Dobbs.
I don't put a lot of stock into anything that Jair Alexander says personally. Kind of an idiot. But.
You weren't basing your draft rankings off of him?
Of course, I say that as a Vikings fan, and we just dislike Jair Alexander, so maybe I think he's more of an idiot for that reason than anything specific. But he like taunts Justin Jefferson prior to games. It's like, man, you are not very smart.
Oh, dude, I love him. There's nothing I like more than like an alpha a-hole cornerback. It's just that like I don't know what it is. I hate wide receivers and they're like, solve it. I want the ball and like talk so much shit. Nothing better than a shutdown cornerback with swag. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, and there's no better position to talk shit from because you're on an island with those guys.
That's my spirit animal. My Patronus is peak Jalen Ramsey.
I love all of your nerdy references. We're talking about Exodia. We're talking about the Patronus from Harry Potter. Just all the nerdiest references.
It's no wonder you turned into a great fantasy football analyst.
Yeah, just a fantasy guy through and through.
Yeah.
All
right, let's see this. Let's get a full look at this team. Oh boy,
that's the greatest comment I've ever seen.
Yeah, let's take a look at the team.
He's the best running back on the team is the answer to that question, James.
Right. So we have Jaden Daniels at quarterback. At running back, we have Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, Kyren Williams, Aaron Jones. At wide receiver, Christian Kirk, Terry McLaurin, Chris Godwin, and Rashid Shaheed. So we got the stack. Jaden Daniels to Terry McLaurin.
All right, click on wide receiver. Can we map things out real quick?
Well, I know that there's a wide receiver that you like, Scott, that would make sense for our team because we have the Washington, so we could use an Atlanta bring back on this team at some point. We could take if he's there, Trevor Lawrence on this team with Christian Kirk be done at wide receiver.
Can you go back to wide receiver and scroll down, please?
Yep. So this is by ADP.
These guys stink. All right. So yeah, I have 3 must draft. They're down a ways, but like I would personally want to reach. Is this round 10?
This is round 10. We're going to be pick 118 right now.
All right. I want to reach on 2 wide receivers. I don't know about you guys. I mean, Cooks is fine if you guys really want to sell me on Cooks, but I was going to say Mike Williams. He's just a guy who's clearly mispriced by multiple rounds.
We do have, I guess we're going to be doing enough wide receivers that maybe I don't have to worry as much about the bye weeks. Yeah, that's fine. If you want to go Mike Williams, unless you want to go Trevor Lawrence.
No, he stinks.
What? Come on now.
He stinks. No.
Scotty was the number one pick.
He's a good fantasy player.
He's got great hair.
Has he?
He has not been so far, but he's going to be this year.
That's what they say. Yeah. Yeah. I'll believe it when I see it, Neil.
He's the next Andrew Luck, Scott. What's your problem?
How many? He has fewer career 320-yard games than CJ Stroud, than Miami's backup quarterback. What's it? Mike White.
Mike White.
Dude, it's so, the stats are so crazy. And also it's like Doug Peterson. It's just, I can see him exploding this year. He's just not one of my guys. I've just like hated on him so much that I just really enjoy hating on him.
Is this part of your bit now?
I just lean into it. It's fun. It's more fun to hate on it, and it hasn't hurt me at all. So,
all right. I know you said that there's going to be one more that you want to reach on, but we can.
There's two more.
Give it a minute. Two more you want to reach on.
Yeah.
Maybe just name one of them now and then send the other to private chat. Or you can send them both to private chat.
I will.
One. Okay.
All right. I just messaged you. It's a secret. I should run misinformation. Oh, it's for sure Jalen. Actually, Polk's fine. But I got my guys. I just want to chase my guys.
Should I just take one of those that you mentioned?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can pick your favorite. Or you could push it. Is there a quarterback or a tight end? Do we have any tight ends? We don't. Right?
Yeah, his name is Trevor Lawrence. His name is Trevor Lawrence as the quarterback. Dalton Schultz would be the tight end.
No.
Hawkinson Kmet.
No. I think I'd like to go wide receiver here.
All right. We're gonna reach for Darnell Mooney.
Over Downs.
Even though he has that.
So that's why I said Jake. I said Downs or Mooney. The only question, and I let Neil pick. The only question is maybe Downs is falling with that injury. Yeah.
So that was the reason, and I didn't think we were going to say the name immediately after make the pick. Is he has been falling quite a bit. Josh Downs, like I've seen him fall, pick 160s range. So
yeah.
And so I think the momentum for Mooney right now is like picked earlier and earlier, and Downs is later and later. So to me, it was more likely that we'd be able to get Downs later if we didn't say the name.
Well,
you guys are going to get me divorced.
Yeah. Well, that's the goal, because we need you to focus all of your attention at all times on fantasy football. I didn't enjoy that 1 week that you took off from fantasy football, Scott. So I thought,
yeah, Scott's wedding was the worst week of my life. I didn't know where to go for content.
Yeah,
you guys joke, but that wedding in Mexico where I didn't write that slate breakdown, we had people asking to be refunded for a 1 week of their subscription. Like 15 different people livid at me.
Yeah, I mean, don't you think like Jaguar season ticket holders would ask for a refund if Trevor Lawrence missed a game?
Right. That people
I only ever missed 3 articles. One was that. One was for my father's funeral. The other, I had a 104 fever during peak COVID.
Jeez. Yeah, this man works. He works for us.
He does.
But we've never seen him married during a football season before. So who knows? Maybe he's just gonna, let it go. Guy. He's going to get fat. He's going to stop doing his content, stop putting his work in. You never know. Yeah, that's true. What's the Kyle Shanahan quote is like, we could all die in an asteroid tomorrow. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. That was about like, what was he asked about? It was like, is he going to be healthy for week 17? It was like something bizarre, like just like a pretty innocuous question. It's like, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know if we're going to be alive. That was a fun quote.
Neil, you want some breaking UFL news?
I do.
Memphis Showboats have parted ways with head coach John DeFilippo.
No way.
Yeah, a little surprising. Curtis Johnson, by the way, still employed by the Houston Roughnecks, despite the fact that they got a new GM. Yeah, I'm quite bothered by this.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that probably does it for the UFL segment of this live stream.
What about who was the Giants? They signed Jacob Sailors. He was the other one that I thought might be on that. Jalen Polk comes back. Josh Downs did not.
Dang.
Dotson isn't too bad with the Jalen Daniels stack.
That's true.
I'm good with either guy. Xavier Legette is a guy I want to draft just because of how he talks. It's so endearing.
We also maybe should worry about tight end here because we don't have one. I like the Hawk scenario.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, the upside in the second half.
All right, we got him.
It's like the Fields thing, but like he's guaranteed to play. Like Ertz plus Hawk outscores every tight end behind him by like 150 fantasy points.
You're not worried about the Vikings quarterback situation?
No, I mean, we had scrubs last year and Hawk finished as a fantasy like 0.1 behind Kelsey for tight end 1 status. I know Justin Jefferson this time too, but it's just no. I think he has that role in that offense and he'll be solid.
It's
just like the cost.
It's a pretty undervalued passing offense, which is surprising given what we saw from Nick Mullins last year. I think they were 4th or 5th. The Vikings were overall in quarterback fantasy scoring.
Damn. So we have Jahan Dotson would be paired with Jaden Daniels is still available. Of course, Ricky Pearsall there for the Brandon Aiyuk trade situation would be ideal. Is Aaron Rodgers still there as well? Those would be the 3 that I would be considering here. Dotson, Pearsall, or Rodgers, because we do have Mike Williams.
Dotson is probably my favorite given our team.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Leaning into Jaden Daniels. Yeah, we did the unlimited keeper, my unlimited keeper league. We had to make our decisions this week, and I dropped Justin Herbert along with many other people. I only kept 5 players in my unlimited keeper league, thinking that maybe I'll be able to get Jaden Daniels on the team, which would be pretty fun.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Who would be your guys at each position? So the problem with asking me and Scott this question is that we almost always have the same guys. So Scott, would you like to ramble about your guys? And then I could say like, yeah, those are
guys. I live behind a paywall. Check out the article that dropped yesterday and read that and you'll know who my guys are.
Yeah, that's a good call out. And that is here. I've got it. I don't remember if I actually dropped the link. I'm going to drop it into chat now if you want to go check out Scott's guys. And again, 15% off.
It's the kind of article that you'll read and you'll be like, I can't believe this guy's married. It just doesn't make sense.
Right. It's true. Where did he find that? He was writing that literally at his wedding.
Yeah.
Literally working on the article at his wedding.
All right. I'm telling my wife for the 3rd time I'll be there in 5 minutes and I love her.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
See,
we're in round 14 here. So Scott he promised us a few rounds and we got to round 14 already.
Well, now I have so much equity in this team. I just don't want to see you guys screw it up.
Yeah, and we will.
This is the for sure 1.5 milli winner as long as you guys don't screw up these final rounds. So
yeah,
I mean, we know what to do. We know about Justin Ross, so you can go spend time with your wife.
All right, fine. But if this doesn't win, you guys are gonna owe me. What is it?
You want 500,000?
I don't know why that took me so long to calculate.
It would be 500K total for you. Would be your equity in a team because we're splitting it 3 ways. So yeah, I guess we would owe you 250 each in that scenario.
There you go. Yeah.
Well, we'll see if that holds up in court. We screwed up this team that we were drafting together, and it didn't win.
I'll stay for this last pick.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you guys who I want you to take with pick 15, but I'll log out, and that way it's kind of like you're being haunted by like a dead relative who's like, It's like, should we honor their last wishes, or should we just pick who we want?
Yeah, we'll have that discussion. Are we just going to listen to Scott here, or are we going to get our guys?
Yeah. Or now, Scott, cats away, mice will play, whatever. You guys just go crazy with it.
Yeah, maybe we'll start drafting running backs again.
Damn, that is wild.
Said we wouldn't.
Scott, if you died in a tragic accident, would your ghost influence the ADPs of the people drafting around you? Maybe your loved ones drafting, or just people drafting near the location where you passed.
So we're on the clock real quick.
Ricky Pearsall at 166 feels kind of nuts.
Demarcus Robinson, Tyler Conklin, far and away, easy.
Over Ricky Pearsall falling past ADP when Brandon Aiyuk might be traded.
Absolutely, yeah.
Jake, weigh in here.
I'm iffy on this. I like the. I mean, I haven't taken much Pearsall, but I like the value here. I'm fine with Conklin.
I would, I would take Conklin first. Nice, you did that so quick with that half second.
Yeah, he's a pro. This is his 101st draft. I don't know if you knew that, Scott.
Yeah.
Wow.
A-Raj did go. I was hoping to get Aaron Rodgers to come back. We do still need another quarterback.
D-Rob. Who are the quarterbacks left? Click on quarterback.
It's not pretty.
It's not. That's okay, though. Quantity over quality. You could afford to with 4 running backs.
Yeah.
Or I guess not. I don't know.
Pearsall
save tight end for the end. What's the quarterback stack that makes the most sense?
I mean, we have Derek Carr for Rashid Shaheed. Is Baker still there? Baker's not there.
I'd take D-Rob and figure it out later, I think.
Yeah, I think that's my lane as well.
The problem
Ryan would have
with
made you take Levis, but
well, I mean, we don't have any stack with Levis.
Levis is a guy I've seen fall a decent bit. And yeah, we don't really have a stack. God,
all right. I love you guys. I'll see you later. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us for 15 rounds, Scott. It was fun.
He really pushed it as far as he could.
Yeah, he really did. After saying it'll be a few, I'll stick around for a few rounds. He sticks around for 15. We'll take it. We'll take that all day.
Yeah. Imagine not wanting to read that guy's draft guide. You can tell just from a few minutes of talking to him that he's completely insane.
He is a nuts. He is an insane person. So the downside to some of our picks is we did not leave ourselves a ton of quarterback outs, which is where I'm always thinking could take DeMarcus Robinson, but Marvin Mims is there and he sets up a stack for later with the later quarterback. So it is sort of painful for me sometimes to take, to add on a 8th receiver who does not have a viable quarterback option. But for Scott, I'm willing to do it.
I have found myself taking a lot of Bo Nix because those Denver pieces are so cheap that he's a really easy stack to just sort of jam in last second. You can kind of do the same thing with Drake May. Although there would be nothing funnier than Joe Milton being the starter for New England this year, and all the Drake May stats getting absolutely tanked. I don't think that'll happen, but
no,
it's funny to see the Twitter highlights of Joe Milton throwing footballs, 400 yards and running fast.
Yeah, I've seen some people hyping him up on Twitter a little bit. I know nothing of Joe Milton other than people hyping him up on Twitter.
Well, he throws the ball really hard and far. So take that into account. Josh Allen, ever heard of him?
Have not.
He does the same thing.
Isn't he a defensive player on the Jags or something?
He is. There's another one who plays quarterback. One time they played against each other. Josh Allen sacked Josh Allen and forced the Josh Allen fumble. Yeah, it was crazy.
That is crazy. Is he on the Jags? He's on the Jags, right? Josh Allen, the defensive player?
Yes.
Just double checking myself.
Yeah, when IDP best ball. Neil would love that, I'm sure.
I am so out on that. Yeah, IDP best. I can't even get into IDP like regular fantasy football. I've been in IDP leagues and it just kills it for me. The entire experience. I'm like, I'm not going to spend all that time for this one draft to learn who are the best fantasy defensive players.
Yeah, I think it's especially in like a home league type format, it's a pretty big turnoff to a lot of casuals. But we've got some great IDP writers over at Fantasy Points, and their love for IDP does rub off on me a little bit. It's the same thing with our college football guys, where it's like, oh man, you guys are so into this that maybe I should be too.
Yeah, I did a show with Josh, college football guy, and it was a really, really informative show. Talking with him about the college football best ball was pretty fun.
Yeah, and I'm sure the edges in that are just absolutely insane.
Yeah,
because I know college compared to NFL for DFS, you can get some really crazy edges.
With that said, I'm in a bunch of slow drafts and I hate it. I think we should take Derek Carr here.
Oh, God, I don't want to, but it's okay. It's fine since we have the upside quarterback in Jayden Daniels. Derek Carr is just going to get us a few 18-point games.
We've got the stack.
I will accept it, but man, the upside of Derek Carr is just actually zero.
It is funny taking him after we talked about how he has no upside.
I mean, I do think you can view him in the same light that you would have 2018 or 2019 James White, where you don't want him to be like your best running back, but if you've taken 3 other rookie running backs and then you take James White, you just need the 10-point score, a few times a year. And that's kind of what it is with Derek Carr for the games that Jaden Daniels just doesn't quite put it together. Yeah, I'm good with Ben Sinnott here. I know Scott's been big on like talking up Zach Ertz and the issues there, and rookie tight ends generally underperform, but this is kind of just a depth like dart throw for our team.
Third, yeah. 3 tight ends. We'll take the upside there with Sinnott. If it lets me. Oh man, did it let me? No, I got Tyrone Tracy. That is the downside of using the overlays. They're very helpful, make the draft much easier, but sometimes the navigating around it, like trying to. So I was not able to make the click, and because of my positional limits, needed to make that click there.
And with pretty much all these overlays, you can only single table, right? Like you couldn't like quad draft or whatever.
I don't know. I've never tried it. That's a good question. If you can have like multiple of them open.
Yeah, it might be dependent on the overlay, because that's kind of, I'm doing some drafts here and there, but that's kind of my plan is like last week of August, first week of September, I'm going to fire as many as I possibly can. And obviously to do that, you're going to want to do multiple drafts. I can't believe people like multi-table on mobile, which is just, that sounds terrible. I need a desktop to do something like that.
Yeah, I don't enjoy it on mobile. I've done it from time to time. I will say, I use the Sidekick. I've been using it the past few days for all of my slow drafts, and that is pretty useful. You can navigate back and forth pretty easily, but I'm not sure that you can have multiple drafts open at the same time. You might. I just haven't tried it.
I see. Yeah, I think one of the it's probably the most useful thing is just the time savings, because one of the tricky things with slow drafts is you hop into a team that's 13 picks deep, and then you have to remind yourself what the team is.
No, exactly. Like I've done hundreds of slow drafts already this year, so I'm used to it. But it's still like, if I'm not using a tool, I have to think through like, okay, what are my correlations here? Like, what am I trying to do with this team? Whereas it will like throw ideas at you, and it's like, oh, that's really helpful. Just have like there's my correlations. Yeah,
that makes
sense.
And
I don't always take its advice, but it is nice just to see like, okay, this is what it's suggesting. All speeds up my thought process for sure.
Do you ever worry that you might want to sleep more than 8 hours while you're on the clock in slow drafts?
I have definitely missed picks overnight. It has been kind of brutal on my worst being a weekly winners team where I was just going to go one quarterback. I think I had 0 Dallas correlation. All the Dallas pieces are gone, and I took Dak, and it just hurt my soul to take Dak at a pick where I really needed something else. But yeah, I have fallen victim to the falling asleep and then not making my pick.
Yeah, I think slow drafts can take a real psychological toll. That's underreported in the fantasy community.
Nobody talks about the psychological toll of slow drafts. That's a good point.
Exactly. I should write an article on this. This would be good for my blog. Yeah.
Another one of Jake's hot takes.
Yes. Yeah. Something that Fantasy Points won't publish. That's how you know it's absolute fire.
Yeah. We have one final pick to make here. We are at 2. Oh, I forgot. We got our 5th running back. We were trying to go just 4 running backs. We end up with 5.
Yeah,
whatever.
We should.
It's fine.
Probably tight end or wide receiver.
Yep.
Honestly, Yoshivas, if he came back to us, I think would be a pretty great pick.
Yeah, I'll throw him in.
I'd be fine with these tight ends. You have a strong take on the Denver tight end room?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure I do either.
I do like Michael Mayer too. He would be a bring back for us.
Okay. I don't know.
Ben Sinnott makes it all the way back to us. I kind of feel like Sinnott would be the pick. It's probably between these two for me.
Yeah. Who are our tight ends? Who do we have?
We have Hawkinson and Conklin.
Oh, we might be. This feels like a real coin flip to me. You make the decision.
All right, we're going Sinnott because he doesn't always make it back to the 18th round. I think Yoshivas, I guess ADP of 200, he's moved up a little bit, but Sinnott I think is the bigger faller there, and more of a need I think for us. Yeah, definitely a coin flip there. All right, we are almost done with this draft. I'll read off the team after the draft ends.
Scott DM'd us about Jawan Johnson. You have any thoughts on Jawan Johnson? He said Saints tight end question mark. So it could be Foster Moreau. It could be Taysom Hill, but I think he probably means Juwan Johnson.
I think he probably means Juwan Johnson too. Yeah, I think that he's a fine 18th round pick, often available. I don't know if he was available there. I think he might have gone before. Yeah, he went before our last pick. He went in the 16th round. Okay, he went pretty early. All right, so our team there, we end up with Jaden Daniels and Derek Carr at quarterback. At running back, we have Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, Kyren Williams, Aaron Jones, Tyrone Tracy. At wide receiver, Christian Kirk, Terry McLaurin, Chris Godwin, Rashid Shaheed, Mike Williams, Darnell Mooney, Jahan Dotson, DeMarcus Robinson. And at tight end, TJ Hawkinson and Tyler Conklin, Ben Sinnott. I feel good about this team. I think we got the nice correlations there with Washington. We've got the bring back of Darnell Mooney. We also have Derek Carr paired up with Rashid Shaheed. A little bit weak at quarterback, I would say. It's a unique build for sure. I don't know. How do you feel about it, Jake?
I feel pretty good about this. Yeah, it is tricky. Obviously, would have preferred for this to be a 4 running back build and maybe a little bit more juice at quarterback. It feels like this team just really hangs on whether or not Jaden Daniels is actually going to be the Exodia type quarterback that we all sort of hope he's going to be. And I think it's pretty likely to me his baseline scenario is that even if he's bad as a passer, he's going to run so much that it may not matter. And if he's actually good as a passer, then we're looking at a really incredible fantasy asset. Nothing would be funnier to me than like Derek Carr and Tyrone Tracy winning us the $1.5 million, considering that those were one was an accidental pick and then the other one is Derek Carr,
who we really didn't want. We just kind of forced into it. That would be funny if the guys that we didn't want are the guys that get us there. I feel okay about the team. It is, like I said, a very, very different team than I'm used to drafting. I would have felt better about it if we had left it at 4 running backs and taken a wide receiver late to go with our tight ends. But I think it works out okay. I think overall it's a pretty solid team. So I am going to be drafting for 2 more hours, which would be, I'm going to be doing 2 more drafts before I hang it up here. Jake, I don't know how much time you have. You are welcome to stay on for as long as you want to. If you have free time this afternoon, don't feel pressured to. You've already been through 2 drafts with me. Let me know. Do you want to stick around? Do you have stuff you need to do?
Yeah, I'd love to stick around. I'm currently working on an article on quarterback positional target tendencies, but I'm more than happy to put that off for some equity on a team that Scott Barrett will not be.
We don't want to be giving Scott any more equity.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous that he showed up to steal $250,000 from me twice.
That was, classic Scott.
That was insane. We got a great question in the chat asking, will separation score apply to tight end? It will. It will also apply to running back. I don't think the running back takeaways are going to be very significant with separation score. Running backs just don't get a lot of the routes that would actually matter for that sort of metric. Tight ends is certainly going to be interesting. I mean, I'm looking at the top 5 tight ends by A.S.S. We've got Hunter Henry, Kelsey, Mark Andrews, George Kittle, and Chig Okonkwo near the top of separation score. At the bottom, Durham Smythe, Pat Fryermuth, which is a little surprising, Tucker Kraft, Logan Thomas. I do think that this metric will be by far the best for wide receivers, but there will probably be some solid takeaways for tight ends. And I also think, I know Ryan Heath has been at the forefront of this. There will be some good, probably more descriptive than predictive metrics for like quarterback play using separation score. How aggressive are quarterbacks at, throwing to guys who are, not separating, like heavily covered? How often are quarterbacks ignoring guys who are wide open to throw to a less wide open wide receiver? Stuff like that.
Cool.
So that can help inform you how aggressive, risk adverse, whatever a quarterback is. So, like I said, it'll be an interesting sort of stylistic metric for quarterbacks, but I think probably the most predictive for wide receivers. And the wide receiver data looks really, really great.
I did not even know that Logan Thomas was on the 49ers. Apparently he was just released by the 49ers. Interesting to see that.
He was a guy me and Scott were on like many years in a row, and he just kept getting hurt. It was pretty disappointing.
Yeah,
but I mean, when he was healthy,
he
was always pretty solid. He's a crazy athlete.
All right, I am going to jump into another draft. I do need to take a piss break and grab a water. So I'm going to. Should I wait to enter until after I get back, or should I leave it open it
Should
now?
probably wait because I may need to do the same thing after.
Okay, we are going to. I am going to. We can go at the same time if you want. Are you ready to?
No, I think we should not leave the people with zero entertainment. I can ramble while you.
All right, you ramble. You
After.
tell them about fantasy points, what you have going on there, etc. I will
Sure.
be back in 2-ish minutes. Okay.
Alrighty, guys. It's now the Jake Tribbey show, so this is very exciting to me. I'm in charge of Neil's stream. Yeah, entertain us. This has been pretty fun. First of all, I want to say thanks to Neil for having me on. Obviously, my favorite players. So here's the thing, Noah, is that my favorite players line up so much with Scott's favorite players that I will largely have to say, you can just check out his article for all the details. That said, though, I can go position by position and just sort of highlight a couple guys that I am taking a lot of. The top like 7 or 8 quarterbacks, I don't have a strong lean. I'm largely taking these guys in order of ADP. Joe Burrow is probably my favorite value overall. I said this earlier on in the stream. Over quarterbacks last 25 games, Joe Burrow is the quarterback 2 by fantasy points per game. Obviously, you discount a few injury-related appearances, like the games where he was dealing with the calf, the game where he hurt his wrist. If you get rid of those, 23.3 fantasy points per game from Joe Burrow, which is incredible. Obviously, really like Jalen Daniels. And then I'm kind of in on some of these quarterbacks near the end of the range. Guys like Will Levis, Fields is fine. I like Bo Nix as really just sort of a last-second upside sort of stack. Running back, I think, is a lot of fun this year, in part because, the dead zone has moved back so much. You can really get some strong running backs in 8th, 9th, 10th round, which is really nice. Jonathan Brooks is a guy I've talked about a lot on this show who I think is pretty great. Raheem Mostert's a strong value, but I'm not sure you can make a great upside argument for him. Obviously, a little worried about the injury history. Devon Achane probably emerges as the overall best running back in that backfield this year. And, if Achane stayed healthy, that would be, not great for a guy like Mostert, but he is, he's a strong technical value. I'm not sure I see like league winning upside with a guy like Mostert. Chase Brown and Tajay Spears, I think, are fantastic. Wide receiver. Let's see. Who do I like here? The first 5 or 6 guys I'm basically just taking in order. I think Deebo Samuel could be a great value if Aiyuk ends up getting traded. I would have him, right around the Puka Nacua range, wide receiver 7, wide receiver 8. Drake London is a guy that I've taken a lot, but I think he's, appropriately priced in best ball. He's going to be a lot stronger of a deal in redraft. If you guys have your home leagues coming up, no one's going to want to take Drake London because Atlanta's been so gross lately. So I would definitely look at a guy like Drake London in your home leagues where he could fall to like wide receiver 18 or something like that. And that's just a smash. Speaking of which, Drake London is priced as the wide receiver 18 DraftKings week 1. I actually recently wrote an article about DraftKings week 1 DFS values. You can find that over at fantasypoints.com. What's going on, Neil? I was just rambling about some of my favorite values, and I was pimping my week 1 DFS early look, which was published, I think, on August 1st.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, which is pretty wild. So I think I'm the first guy to write up the week 1 DFS slate. And that's just something I love. DFS very near and dear to my heart. And very excited for week 1, as I imagine you are too, Neil.
I'm super excited for week 1. It's funny, people in my Discord wanted to talk about week 1 of regular season DFS, and I was like, zero interest in talking about that yet. I'm like, so much is going to change between now and the season. I'm more of a get the landscape of the NFL, but then don't really focus on the DFS values until like the week of, typically, just because so much can change. I don't want to have to redo everything based on everything that has changed between now and then. But kudos to you for getting that early look, and now you're going to have that as a framework going forward.
Yeah. So I have 2 things. First of all, Scott missed the best piece of UFL breaking news he could have ever heard. His guy back in the day, his tight end 10 in, I believe, the 2021 draft class was a guy no one else is talking about. Kamari Averett, formerly of the St. Louis Battlehawks, currently working out with the New York Jets. I know Scott would be very excited to hear that. He's an athletic freak. He moves really well, but I just don't think he can quite put it together mentally, which is tough. So it would be crazy if he made the Jets. I know Scott would be very
Gonna
excited
kill our
about
Tyler
that.
Conklin share there.
Yeah,
Did you already drop your favorite players, Jake?
Yeah. I mentioned a handful of guys. I was just kind of going position by position here. Another thing that I wanted to bring up was I think Underdog's going to launch Week 1 Battle Royale contests pretty soon. And I was curious if you had any thoughts on the merits of drafting, some of those teams early, as opposed to just waiting until the Friday or Saturday of that week. Because I think it's kind of like best ball, where you would have a chance to build some legitimate super teams.
Yeah, no,
and
Week
1
there's
ADP
a lot
is
of merit to it.
probably going to be really soft when it releases compared to like Week 7 ADP when that comes out, when people have a much better idea of sort of what's going on.
Yeah.
So that may be something. I know me and Ryan Heath over at Fantasy Points were talking about when they release the contest, maybe just doing an immediate Battle Royale stream where we probably just draft like 10 dead teams, but maybe one of them wins like 50K, or it'll probably be 100K to first. I mean, Battle Royale's grown a lot. Yeah.
Growing so quickly. Yeah, no, I think that you're probably right. Probably makes sense to do some of your teams early there, just because there will be a big shift in landscape. Similar to best ball, it's like there are merits to drafting super early because that's when you can get the like real super teams of get all the players who rise. I think generally I am going to draft better later in the season, which is, I think that's true also for Battle Royale, like closer to game time is probably typically going to be better. But yeah, I'd be curious to see how much there is changes in the ADP, because I would think that it would be rookies that would be rising closer to the contest. I don't know. Yeah, definitely an interesting thought experiment to see who you can get, because I feel like the big names, the Christian McCaffrey, CeeDee Lamb, like they're going to be first round picks probably from the jump.
I would think training camp news would be even more influential on guys'
True.
movements for
That's
a
a good
Week
point.
1 contest than like a full season type stuff. And
yeah,
I mean, you could probably find decent values by just comparing to regular best ball ADP and sort of discounting all the rookies.
Yeah,
would probably be the best way to do that. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Neil,
okay.
If you want to note who your flag plants are,
I will.
I think the chat would love that.
Yeah, I'll try to think who my flag plant players are. I probably have some. If you didn't catch that, I was a little bit breathless coming up here. I got out of the bathroom and my dog is going nuts, and I was like, what is going on? Like, he seemed distressed, and I run downstairs, and then I realized he was not downstairs. He was right in my wife's office right here, just locked in there. And then I thought, oh no, did he lock himself in the office? No, my wife came home. She left him in there for like a minute. He's just a spaz. He just could not handle being stuck in that office for a minute while she was going to do something. So I ran downstairs, ran back up, and then went down to figure out where my wife was. It was a whole thing. But I'm back now. Yeah, my flag plant players. All right, let's see. Quarterback. Let's see. Let me pull up my since I have my this open. Let's see. Completed. I have done. Here's my exposures for every tournament. And some of these I don't actually feel that good about now, but here's my top in terms of drafted. Oh yeah, Kyler, I feel great about Kyler. I'm super in on Kyler this year. I think the Arizona offense in general, I love Trey McBride. I'm super into Marvin Harrison. I know a lot of people have concerns about the rookie wide receiver, what he needs to do to pay off his price tag. I think he's capable of doing it. I think that he's, one of the best prospects we've seen come out into the NFL, lands in the perfect situation where the target competition is pretty minimal. So I'm into the Arizona offense in general, I would say. As you can see, I'm also into, Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews at that turn feels pretty good. Jaden Daniels, I like quite a bit. Joe Burrow, a lot of these are influenced by Scott, by the Fantasy Points team. So not a surprise that some of my higher owned players are the players that they love also. Running back, Khalil Herbert, I've been in on him from the jump. I think he's too talented for where he's going. I know that the situation is very uncertain, but I think that there are a lot of ways it could go where the opportunity for Khalil Herbert actually gets better than where it is right now, where he is, kind of fighting for the RB 2 role right now in Chicago. I think he could end up on a different team, would be the best case scenario. I think if he ends up on another team that is good, but I also think he could just beat out DeAndre Swift. I think he might be the better running back than DeAndre Swift. So I think that there are paths to Khalil Herbert rising up a good bit.
I like all these guys, but I'm curious what your thought is on Devin Singletary, because to me, Tyrone Tracy seems like the best upside bet in the backfield. Is it more just like I feel like I'm getting X number of guaranteed points with a guy like Singletary?
Yeah, and I feel like it's partially due to his being such a bye week bro. He has that bye week 11 where there just are not that many running backs. I haven't been super into Rachaad White, so it's often like, all right, well, I've already got a week 14 bye and I've got a week 5 bye. I don't know. And he just ends up being like, all right, well, I guess there's a different bye week. I also have taken my foot off the pedal. I think I was drafting a lot of Devin Singletary early. Like I think he was pretty good last year. It felt like, all right, he's probably just going to be the starting running back. Getting a starting running back at pick, 110, 115 just feels pretty solid to me. But I agree with you. Like I think that he's not so good that he can't just lose the job to one of his backups. So there's definitely a little bit of worry there for me with Devin Singletary. But he's just been kind of an easy click, like in that range, because I do a lot of 0 and hero RB. It's often like I need a running back here. All these other running backs are like, buy dupe running backs. Like I already have a running back there with the dupe, the same bye week. So I just end up clicking a lot of Devin Singletary. I don't feel particularly strongly about it.
Yeah, you're supposed to draft the best players, not the best bye weeks. So
Interesting.
I will just remind you of that.
That is that's an interesting point. But it's like Devin Singletary, Gus Edwards, Devin Singletary, Blake Corum.
Yeah,
I don't know. And to me, it's like, yeah, I'll just take Devin Singletary if those are my options.
Yeah. And I mean, it depends on the build too, because if your other running backs are sort of like swing for the fence type picks, then a guy like Singletary makes a lot more sense. If your other running backs are more sure things, then you probably want to take more of an upside guy in the Singletary range.
And I will say, I think I have had Devin Singletary, like for most of the season, I had him ahead of Javonte Williams and Chase Brown. And lately, probably the past month, if you just look at my exposure over the past month, I would guess I'm much higher on Chase Brown and Javonte Williams, for example. Like so he has moved down my ranks a little bit within that range. So yeah, that's not one. I wasn't going to call attention to my Devin Singletary, Jake, because I don't feel that strong about it. No, that's a good conversation though. Yeah, he's.
I'll gladly pick at all your exposures.
Yeah, let's all right. Let's keep going. We'll go to wide receivers. We'll go briefly and then we'll jump into a draft. Demarcus Robinson, I know you're with me there, Jake. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean it's ridiculous that you could get a guy who legitimately could push for a 20% target share. I mean, Nakua and Cup both have injury concerns.
Right.
And Demarcus Robinson as a wide receiver 3 is still going to be really valuable. I mean, how many teams can you say have a better wide receiver 3 role than the Los Angeles Rams? There just aren't that many. So like his base case is awesome, and then his upside case is incredible. If either of Cup or Nakua miss time, which I would be, I think the chances both of those guys play all 17 games are pretty low.
And as Scott was saying earlier, he also has a great ass, so that helps.
Yeah, he's a separator. He's aging in reverse. So this is all great stuff with Demarcus Robinson. Jermaine Burton, I imagine, was a lot of exposure early, and I think you mentioned you're kind of backing off him at this point.
I've been backing off him. Yeah, that's one where I didn't get great closing line value on Jermaine Burton. I had assumed he was going to be a riser as we got through training camp and through the preseason. Like people would see him and want a lot more Jermaine Burton. Kind of the opposite has happened where Yoshevich has been steamed up. Burton's been falling a little bit. So yeah, that's not a recent thing. Loving seeing this much Deebo Samuel. I think if Aiyuk gets traded, I'm going to get some great closing line value there. Of course, we talked about Josh Palmer. He's a guy that sounds like you're pretty into also. He's also been a riser. For a while you could get Josh Palmer at pick 130, kind of in that range. So happy to have my bags already packed there with Josh Palmer, Luke McCaffrey. Both Derek Brown and people that Scott Barrett has talked to have referred to Luke McCaffrey as maybe the best case to be this year's Puka Nacua, which
really
I generally agree with people that like probably we're not going to have a Puka Nacua this year. But Scott has said he talked to the guy who runs the Senior Bowl and he called Luke McCaffrey this year's Puka Nacua. Derek Brown said the same thing. So
To me, like I've taken Luke McCaffrey. A lot of that is just because I like Jaden Daniels so much. I think Jaden Daniels is basically the best
easy
value.
back stack.
Yeah, easy, like one of the best values, or the best single value at quarterback within the first 20 quarterbacks off the board, and maybe just overall for the whole season. And yeah, it's, you know, when you're getting sniped on these teams, you need to have, you know, sort of backup plans for your stacks. And Jaden Daniels is one of the easiest ones. Him, Denver, New England are some of the easiest sort of back stacks to grab.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so some of my favorites were you don't even miss out on the wide receiver one for a lot of. I mean, I guess Jaden Daniels you miss out on Terry McLaurin, but you know, Denver, New England, you can get the wide receiver one pretty late as well. Benjamin says, isn't he competing for the wide receiver right now with Whittington? I haven't really seen anything to make it seem like much of a competition. I know Whittington's been getting steamed a little bit.
Yeah, that's not something I'm putting a ton of stock into. I mean, Whittington was a 6th round pick. Demarcus Robinson, we've seen do it. I guess maybe you could argue a guy like D-Rob could risk, you know, sort of that in-season attrition as a veteran where, you know, maybe the rookie eventually overtakes him. That still doesn't really change to me that the base case for Demarcus Robinson is just so much better than where he's currently being drafted. And I mean, just like, think about it. He was with the Chiefs for so long. Everyone was always joking about like what a gross player Demarcus Robinson was, how he's not, you know, he's just not the guy. No one wants to click him. You know, that's part of it. If his name was just something else, you know, Mike Johnson, he'd be going 3 or 4 rounds higher.
No, it says Saw Beaver say Whittington could be the backup to Puka or Kupp, not Robinson's role. So Robinson maybe the wide receiver 3, and then Whittington could come in for either of those. That's which I think is bullish for Robinson, honestly, if that is the case.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me. It's just like I generally don't worry myself much with a 6th round pick who came out of college at age 24 who doesn't have anything athletically that really pops. You know,
right?
Like there just isn't. I don't think there's a ton to be worried about there. Obviously, you know, obviously he could come up. Yes, I am completely sober on this stream, unlike Wednesday night stream where I was many beers deep and me and Neil had a great time.
It was a good time. Yeah. So Jake isn't buzzed on the stream. That's
hooray.
Is that a good thing? I think I prefer it when he is buzzed.
It's okay. I feel like I have a much easier time remembering my takes
when you are not buzzed.
Yes,
I suppose that's helpful.
After a few beers, you know, who knows what my takes could even be.
Marshawn Lloyd. Yeah, this was. I have been I was 0% worried about AJ Dillon because we have a long history of AJ Dillon being not very good, and the Packers have a long history of splitting the backfield. Everything that they have said has suggested it's going to be a split backfield. I'm becoming worried. So it for a while, I was just like, all right, they're going to have a split backfield. He's pretty clearly going to be the running back 2, maybe starts with a 40% snap share, has continued upside. I do have more concern now than I have had throughout the summer, with some Packers beat reporters saying like maybe this will be somewhat of a redshirt season for him. I'm like, I was not expecting that at all. Based on everything the coaches have said, still not something I'm extremely concerned about, because I'm taking what, you know, more value from what the coaches say versus some random beat reporter. So I still think Marshawn Lloyd probably going to have a role from the jump, and if nothing else, he's going to come into a role. So I felt, you know, I'm a little bit more nervous about Marshawn Lloyd's role than I was, you know, a few weeks ago, but I'm still not that worried about it. Jake, what's your take on Marshawn Lloyd?
I mean, I feel pretty good about a guy with his profile in best ball. I mean, like you said, we know who AJ Dillon is, and I think it's important to remember that AJ Dillon and Marshawn Lloyd are you know, very different backs overall. You know, different skill sets. I think Marshawn Lloyd is you know, a bit more of like a DeAndre Swift type player compared to Dillon, who's just a pure plotter. So Lloyd will be more involved as a receiver than a guy like Dillon will. Like it's hard for me to see them saying, yeah, we're just not, you know, we're not doing it with Lloyd this season because AJ Dillon is this very competent backup running back when we all know he just isn't.
Right.
So, you know, in something like redraft, you can probably go undrafted. You could probably just scoop him up on your waiver wire in like week 6. We have 2 more drafts on
2 more drafts we're going to be on.
This is quite the marathon stream, and I'm very, very grateful a man of Neil Orfield's caliber would have me on to give my takes and to make fun of his exposures.
Yeah, no, I'm grateful to have you on, despite your bad tweet about 0 RB. Always exciting to always fun to do streams with Jake. We did the UFL streams last year. Scott asked us if we were going to announce the cage match thing, and we still haven't actually. We really haven't told people what we're doing.
We haven't brought that up again. Yeah, so we were considering, and I think we probably will do a show midweek during the season where we each draft players and then do like a head-to-head against each other. And I was thinking about this, and we could actually do this on Underdog, I believe. Like we could, yeah, because they have 2-person contests, so we could do like a free head-to-head against each other. And yeah, it would be.
We are in real time working out the kinks. So
yes.
What Scott and I have talked about, and I have agreed to do it with Scott. We had conversations about it, and I've said, yeah, sure, I'm willing to do it. Is finding a rotating guest. So maybe you and I and one other person for this cage match. It is based off the structure of Al Smizzle did a show for forever. Was it called the cage match?
I believe so.
And Scott actually got permission from Smith, like reached out to him. It was like, hey, how would you feel about us doing that? Got permission for to do the cage match on the Fantasy Points channel, asked us to do it, to do the cage match. And Jake and I have both agreed to it. So I think it's going to be me and Jake and a rotating guest on the cage match. Is that your understanding also, Jake?
Yeah. I'd imagine there would probably be some weeks where it would just be you and me. But yeah, ideally we would get rotating guests, every week or every other week, something along those lines. But it should be pretty fun. One, because it's a great excuse for you and me to both kind of take an early look at both the DFS slate and the Battle Royale slate. Like it would be applicable to both formats, which I think is really nice. And it would be a fairly casual Wednesday show where we're I think you and me, especially among people in the industry, are probably taking earlier looks at the DFS slates than a lot of others. And I know obviously no one's really building teams on a Wednesday, but people love the early week content. So I think the show could do pretty well, and I think it would be pretty entertaining. And plus, I just want to do more shows with Neil. He's a great guy. He's fun to talk to.
It'll be fun. It's going to be a good time. Maybe we'll do, and again, we're still working out the kinks kind of, but maybe we'll do like one Battle Royale style on Underdog and one on DraftKings. I don't know. We'll figure it out close to the season, but it'll be a good time. It'll be on Wednesdays. We still haven't even talked about like afternoon versus evening, that kind of stuff. So a lot more to come, but I'm looking forward to doing that show also.
We will work the details out. I feel like the easiest way to do it would just be to crank up an Underdog draft, right?
Probably that would be.
Yeah, I guess we could, and then we could also note like, oh, this guy's a little bit better on DK because of full PPR and the bonuses, stuff like that. So I think it'd really be applicable to both formats, and people would really appreciate the early look.
Yeah. All right, let's jump into another draft here. We're gonna do another Best Ball Mania.
Yeah. So Noah asked about favorite structures. So to me, structure is largely dependent on what your roster looks like. I'm not going out of my way to draft 3 quarterbacks. I'm not going out of my way to draft 3 tight ends. If I get Travis Kelce and George Kittle, I'm definitely done at 2 tight ends. If I get 2 top 12 quarterbacks, I'm definitely done at 2 quarterbacks. On the team we just drafted, ideally we were going for 4 running backs because they were 4 of our first 9 picks, something along those lines, and our first 3 picks. So I think, structure is really just contingent on how your roster is looking and how deep you are at each individual position. I think the easiest way to do it would be you could assign, just based on ADP, like a point score per player, and then just say, once I hit this threshold at each position in terms of like an overall value score, I'm done. I'm not really drafting anymore.
And that's exactly what the draft caddy does. What Brick's draft caddy will tell you, like your how many points does each different draft pick is assigned a different number of points, and then you're basically trying to get into different number of points for each position. So like your quarterback bucket, you want to have this number of points, wide receiver, et cetera, which is pretty, and that's all based on the Mike Leone manifesto, Best Ball manifesto at ETR. Speaking of ETR, I see Gary Hartman in this draft with us, formerly of ETR. I don't think
Gary's sharp. That's tough. You think he's watching?
Possibly. Yeah. You never know. I think he does a lot of drafting regardless. So he might be watching.
Yeah.
Not sure though. WD Simp. I feel like I drafted him a fair amount, of course. Go AZ Cards. Charles is in here. Good to see you, Charles. And then Gary. This person, the name almost looks like Poop. PO30P. We want to go J Jets.
Yeah, let's go Jefferson. I think we did an Amon-Ra team in our first draft, right?
Yeah.
Good to mix it up, and then we'll have an excuse to draft the most controversial quarterback in the pool, JJ McCarthy.
Ooh,
At least I think he
you're,
is. I mean, who else would you throw out there as the most controversial quarterback? To
I
me,
was
he's the
gonna
guy that I
actually-
see the most, the most people split on.
Yeah, because it's like he might not play at all, or he might be in like the greatest situation a rookie quarterback could be in. Yeah, it's I honestly don't draft a ton of JJ McCarthy, even as a Vikings fan. Maybe I should.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I said earlier, the juice with these Minnesota quarterbacks, whether it is Darnold or McCarthy, is going to be pretty great. They're both the same price for Week 1 DFS. I'm just going to play whoever the starter is. Super easy to stack because they have such great pass catchers, and I think you're really getting a boost in the second half of the season with guys like Hawkinson returning, and obviously McCarthy may not start immediately, but Vikings quarterbacks were extremely productive last year. Nick Mullins was absolutely slinging the ball, and he is not nearly as good as Sam Darnold or JJ McCarthy. So yeah, I mean the risk of one guy, and of course it would be the guy you don't draft starting every all 17 games is obviously there, and it's driving down McCarthy's price quite a bit. But there's a real chance Week 4, Week 5 comes, and he's just the guy for the rest of the season. And if he's as good as some scouts have suggested, this could be very, very juicy for fantasy. I really like, I think for the most part, I really like sort of a barbell approach with quarterbacks where I'm drafting, a top 12 guy pretty much every draft, and then just waiting to get, Drake May, Bo Nix, some of these other late round guys, Will Levis.
Yeah. No, I do a lot of that also. Yeah, I don't do that much like waiting and taking 3 late quarterbacks. Probably something I should mix in a little bit more than I do, because we do see every year there's usually some surprises late at quarterback. But I feel like quarterbacks have been pushed up enough that maybe like there's no guarantee that happens now. I feel like the late round quarterbacks are iffier than they have been in years past.
Yeah, that's probably true. I think last year I did a lot more 3 QB because Brock Purdy was such a incredible value that I basically couldn't pass him up no matter who else I clicked. This year I have seen myself do a little more 2 quarterback though.
Yeah. All right, we have J Jets, Jonathan Taylor, Devin Achane are top of the board for us according to the Sidekick. By ADP, Chris Olave in there as well. Anybody you particularly like here?
JT a little past ADP is fine. I'm always good with Achane. We haven't gotten an Olave share, at least in the streams that I've done with you.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I kind of like that pairing, the Olave with Jefferson. It's always frustrating to draft a wide receiver when his quarterback is Derek Carr, though.
Yeah, true. So many dome games though for Chris Olave.
Yeah, no, that is very true. And I mean his crazy high ADOT is pretty conducive to the spike weeks that you need in best ball. So even if he does underperform a little bit, he can still be the guy you need with some big games.
Yep. Sounds like you're also pretty into Rashid Shaheed for kind of the same reason, I assume.
I mean, he runs fast. How can you not be into a guy who runs really, really fast?
I like fast guys too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, Rashid Shaheed's just been. I love the spike week guys in best ball, obviously, as you should. And Shaheed is just like the ultimate spike week guy. I mean, his ADP for the last 2 years has been kind of ridiculous. A guy that is going to give you 5 or 6 20-point scores is worth a lot more than a guy who's going to get you 8 to 12 every week.
Right. Clint wants to know who this year's best ball Baker Mayfield is. What's your opinion?
Like a QB 30 who could be viable? Is that what that means?
I think so.
Okay. I mean, I feel like I've already kind of hinted at this, but yeah, just looking at ADP, I guess I'd start this range around like Will Levis, QB 24. I think he's definitely got some juice. Justin Fields, if he doesn't get benched, is an incredible pick, but I mean, the chances he gets benched are pretty decent, unfortunately. Bo Nix is probably, unfortunately, one of my favorites in that group, especially in terms of value. And a big part of that is because you can get guys like Troy Franklin, Mims very, very late. So it's, you don't even have to start that stack until like round 14, which is nice. I'd like to go running back here. I'd be fine.
Kyren or Derrick Henry? Who's your preference?
I kind of like Pacheco too.
Oh, Pacheco. Yeah, he's probably not. We probably could get Pacheco around the turn though.
Okay. Let's go. let's go Kyren. And then, hopefully Pacheco.
I say around the turn. Maybe I might be wrong about that. Has Pacheco risen enough? Man, I was totally wrong about it. He's up to 37. I was thinking he had a mid 40s ADP.
We might have to resort to internet begging again, Neil.
I think we're going to, because his ADP is going to be well before us. Big error to go Kyren over Pacheco.
Putting a bow on that sort of QB conversation, though, I think JJ McCarthy is, as I kind of already mentioned, why another one of those guys who could be, being drafted as a QB3, but could be like a high end QB2 type of.
Do you think Sam Darnold has that kind of upside?
I do. It's just the tough thing with Darnold is that as soon as he has a bad game, every single Minnesota media outlet is going to be like, put in JJ now.
Yeah.
And that, obviously coaches don't give into that pressure instantly, but you can't act like that doesn't matter. Having a draft pick on his heels, I think, is a lot more concerning to me than, drafting the guy who is the draft pick. If you just gave out probabilities for who's the most likely to start in week 17, I'd say it's probably 80% JJ, right?
Who? 80%? I think I'd maybe go 60% JJ. So I think I have less confidence than you do. But to your point, if it is Sam Darnold who starts, the Vikings, so they play the Giants week 1, pretty easy matchup to start. But then they have the 49ers, the Texans, the Packers, the Jets, the Lions, pretty tough schedule early for the Vikings.
Yeah, that is tough. So, I mean, if
maybe
it really is,
maybe 80% is fair.
If it is 60%, then I think Darnold's also viable. Realistically, if you're drafting a ton of teams, you probably want a little bit of both.
Ice-T did not allow us. We did not beg hard enough for Isaiah Pacheco. We got sidetracked talking about late round quarterbacks. We forgot to beg.
Yeah, we did. We failed at our task of internet backing. I mean, I guess we can go Etienne here if we want to take another running back. I'd probably prefer Christian Kirk or Rashee Rice, though. Oh, well, we don't even get Etienne. We took Kirk last time. Let's go Rashee Rice here.
Yeah, he's probably not coming back.
He probably won't make it back. Okay.
All right, let's get him. And Mahomes is still there. We have an off chance that Mahomes comes back to us. Probably not. I feel like he's been harder and harder to get Mahomes past ADP too much.
Well, the Kelsey drafter's picking after us, so we might be able to snipe him on Mahomes.
Yeah. But then I think Hollywood actually maybe still has the higher ADP than Rashee Rice. Let's see. 55. What is Rice? We have 54. Rashee has flipped Hollywood finally. Okay.
If you could live chat with your draft room, do you think you could make a full-time career out of sniping people's quarterbacks and then streaming their reactions?
That'd be funny.
Yeah. That would be pretty incredible. It would be insanely toxic, which I'm sure is why no company has ever seriously considered doing that.
Yeah.
It'd be like a Call of Duty lobby probably.
But toxicity is like what sells. Like if you can get that kind of toxic, just like everybody upset, just
the
absolute rage bait. Yeah,
the clips would be incredible.
Yeah.
Plus, it's like people would be throwing away money just to do that. Like it'd be pretty awesome.
I did a late night stream month and a half, 2 months ago, where I had Justin Steele, Derek Brown, and Fantasy Guru Drew on the stream, and made a joke on the stream because Justin was loving the team, commented on it like, "Oh, I love this team that I have going," and then I made a joke. I was like, "Man, it would be a bummer though if you got sniped on Tua, because he had like a double stack with Tua as his second quarterback, and nobody had any incentive to take Tua. So I was just like, it would be such a bummer though, Justin. Like if you jinx yourself and you get sniped on Tua. The pick before him was Felix Castro, who was the DraftKings Millie Maker winner a couple of years ago. Just as a bit decided to snipe him, which is pretty funny. But you guys see Justin's rage.
Yeah, if anybody can afford to give up the equity, I would suppose it's a DraftKings Millionaire Maker winner from a few years
ago. Let's see. MJ Flip goes with he has Jamar Chase and T Higgins, but had to go get Patrick Mahomes.
Of course.
All right. So Josh Jacobs would be the top by the sidekick suggestions. By ADP, it would be Dalton Kincaid, Jaden Reed, Keenan Allen there as well. Anybody you like?
I'd go with Jacobs or Keenan here. I think, given our build, yeah, let's go Jacobs.
All right, we got Jacobs.
That's right, like just one of those coin flip spots that feels so tough. Where I'd probably, like we could have gone either position. I kind of like both those players equally.
I've been drafting, as you saw, so much Marshawn Lloyd. I've also kind of made a bet against Josh Jacobs. Like I have not taken a ton. I know. I listened to Hayden Winks at Underdog podcast. He's super into Josh Jacobs, and kind of suggested that maybe the split backfield for the Packers previously was more of an Aaron Jones thing than a Matt LaFleur thing. Like maybe it was just like Aaron Jones couldn't handle the big workload may have been the issue. I'm not sure that I totally buy that. I think it's based on what LaFleur has said. I still think he probably wants it to be, to take some of the load off his starting running back. But could be the case.
Yeah, that's the impression I've gotten as well. What's been your general philosophy with sort of balancing your exposures? I imagine drafting throughout the year helps a lot with just sort of a natural balancing of who you want, because you can sort of, chase the steam on certain guys in June or whatever, and then back off when their price gets too high. Do you have a more overarching philosophy on that?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that helps me quite a bit, that I do draft throughout the year. Like there are just different pockets of the year where I'm super in on this player, and then I kind of come back down and I'm like, oh, actually that player I don't have a lot of, and I think he's really interesting too. So it's sort of naturally I end up evening out my exposure a bit. But I also I do a lot of slow drafts where I will enter a bunch of drafts at once. So then it'll be like my picks, I'm making the picks back to back, and I can kind of see, oh, I took this player in this combo last time. I should do something different. Hang on, let's make our pick. Christian Watson, Romo Dunze, top of the board.
Man, it is all running backs by ADP. Yeah, I like Watson. JSN, I don't think is a terrible pick here, but Christian Watson's unfortunately my favorite.
Correlates with Josh Jacobs. Andy's the bring back for Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, maybe we could grab Jordan Love later.
Those are some of my favorite teams. I don't know if they should be, are the ones where I have Packers double stack with Justin Jefferson bring back. I think Jordan Love making the bet on a double triple Packers just feels pretty good, and having the Vikings bring back. Of course, people will bring up he's going to probably be covered by Jair Alexander in that Week 17 game, which is not ideal, but I don't care. I think Justin Jefferson's just so good it doesn't matter.
Neil, my first ever big article was about how wide receiver cornerback matchups don't matter at all.
That's funny. Yeah,
and that's what got me hired at Fantasy Points. I think coverage is on the team level, so I'm never quite worried about any of these individual corners. And the other thing with coverage is that it's so volatile in terms of look at PFF grades. Look at the highest graded corners by PFF every year. It's a different list of guys every single year, with basically without fail. Maybe a guy like Jalen Ramsey stays at the top for a few seasons, but they're exceedingly rare and sort of shadow matchups. I mean, I don't know. You don't really see many people talking about individual wide receiver cornerback matchups as much as they did 5 years ago. I think it's just because we've realized it doesn't matter. Coverage is on the team level.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Not worried about it. All right. So the suggestions here are all running backs.
I love my boy Rashad. I could be convinced on Aaron Jones, get a little more Minnesota correlation. Kamara's fine, I guess. He's just getting old.
Oh, I really wanted Rachaad White just because he was so far past ADP. I like James Conner. I like Aaron Jones.
Let's go James Conner. Let's mix it up a little bit.
Yeah. And you saw the big bet that I've made on Arizona in general. Here's one where we can go Arizona through the running back instead of my Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison, Kyler, where I have a million shares of it.
I love that. I think that's a great stack. And you can grab the greatest wide receiver of all time, Greg Dortch.
True.
Who unfortunately is cursed because he's in the body of a child. But if he wasn't, if he was 6'3", he'd be a top 5 wide receiver.
Top 5 wide receiver.
That's I
believe Scott said that he does not have much ass, though.
But Scott also said that he ran a lot of go routes, and that does hurt your ass a bit.
Okay, good to know. People who just came in have no idea what we're referring to with A.S.S.
Average separation score. This is the new metric that everyone's going to be very, very excited about. You will see a lot of this on Twitter. I imagine a lot of people are going to have a lot of fun with this data. I mean, obviously, over at Fantasy Points, we've spent a lot of time, talking and thinking about sort of what some of the applications could be. And I would imagine once we put it out into the world, once you sort of open source that sort of thing, a lot of other people outside of the company are going to think of some great ways to use the average separation score type data. And it feels a lot better. The list that I've seen on our average separation score stuff seems a lot better than what Next Gen Stats puts out in terms of separation, which is just how far you are from the nearest defender per the chip in your shoulder pad. That excludes a lot of crucial context. Rondale Moore is always at the top of that list because all he does is catch screens. He doesn't run around more than 4 yards down the field. So how does he ever get close to a defender when he catches the ball?
Right.
So you sort of need the context of a human being sitting at his computer charting, the exact coverage, what was the context of the play. And that's what's going to make our data so special. I'm really excited about the A.S.S stuff, A.S.S, average separation score.
It's going to be fun. I am, for whatever reason, I am suddenly getting a million notifications from Underdog, and it's really distracting, just like that ding, ding every time about it being my pick various places. I don't know why I'm getting them all right now. All right. Zamir White would be the top suggested. Brock Bowers there as well. Did Jordan Love must have gone.
Did he?
Yeah. Gary.
Oh my.
Son of a bitch. Gary. Come on, man. No. Zamir White, Brock Bowers, Jonathan Brooks.
I like Brooks. You aren't as big of a Brooks guy. I'd be fine with Zamir White.
No, let's do Brooks.
Okay, yeah. Brooks I think is good, and then we can back off running back until like the 16th round.
Yeah. I mean, it was smart of Gary to take Jordan Love there because I was definitely going to take him if he didn't. And he does have Jaden Reed. So kudos on your read of the room, Gary.
Yeah, Gary's quite sharp. Can't fault him for that.
That is the downside of drafting with sharp. Sometimes it means people will stay in their lane, but if you're all in the same lane, you're gonna know when you need to get your guy. Go AZ Card says, just noticed you are next to me and my draft is on a stream. No judging one of my last drafts and having fun. We're not allowed to judge Charles's team, although he is judging us as he disagrees with our Connor pick.
I think judging best ball teams is always a mistake because it's so fun. I mean,
it is fun.
You can't judge your fellow man for their best ball picks. It's between him and God.
It is, yeah. You get your guys.
Yeah.
We'll get our guys.
Yeah, and then may the best man win the 1.5 million.
Exactly. Oh, do I have Underdog open on Chrome? Is that my issue? I don't know. This is I'm getting the notifications from both Chrome and Mozilla Firefox now. Okay, I think it's stopping now.
Are you in like an amount of slow drafts where during the day you're constantly drafting, or do you just knock them all out and then wait another 8 hours?
Yeah, that's what I typically do.
Okay.
I am currently on the clock in probably 15.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah. I want to turn off these notifications. Oh, well, whatever. I just don't know, like none of them, I'm looking at them. It's not like I just came on the clock. I have been on the clock, some of these for like hours now. So I don't know why I'm suddenly getting these notifications.
Man, the worst were, I don't know if you had notifications for the DraftKings best ball, but like fast drafts, like there were a couple times where maybe I'd go to Twitter, kind of forget I was in a fast draft. Then I get the notification you're on the clock. By the time you open the app, you're done. They actually improved that for this year. Now they give you a notification when you're 2 picks away, which actually gives you time to click the notification, get into the app, and then make the pick.
Right.
But yeah, last year that was a complete disaster for me.
Yeah. We are up next.
Let's see. Can we make a
Bowers goes. Jaden Daniels still available.
I always like Jaden Daniels as a bailout pick. And the nice thing with these rushing quarterbacks is like you don't really need to stack them as much.
Don't need to force it, yeah.
Or we can just go with whatever your favorite receiver is. So like Shaheed or Lockett.
Yeah. Let's go Lockett.
Okay.
Something different from last time.
Yeah,
Give us
Lockett is a
another.
guy who popped in separation score. Looks really good despite being 32 years old.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly. Let me pull up the data so I don't say anything too wrong on stream. But
Pretty soon, everybody's going to be able to look at the data and correct you in real time.
yeah, exactly. Right now, it's all proprietary. I'm in the super
Yeah.
secret fantasy points data sheet that not everybody has access to. So yeah, looking at separation score from last year, Tyler Lockett was first ahead of DK Metcalf and JSN. I mean, not first overall, first on Seattle, I should say. Similar win rate to Metcalf, but better over expectation scores and better overall separation score. So he's probably still got the juice a little bit. And he's a fun wide receiver to watch because he catches the ball and falls over every time.
Yeah.
He's doing everything. He's playing like 44-year-old Tom Brady, where it's like, I'm doing everything in my power to not take any contact.
Yeah. No, it is funny. I watched a highlight reel of Tyler Lockett just catching the ball and like
Yeah.
a guy in front of him just going to the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty
good.
awesome. In like Madden and NCAA, there's a possession catch where you have a better chance of holding on to the ball, but your player always immediately falls to the ground. And Tyler Lockett is permanently possession catching.
That's awesome. I'm making my picks in all my slow drafts as we're talking, just so I stop getting these damn notifications because it's driving me crazy. Oh wait, there's a 49 star. Okay. I don't know. I just saw a 32. Yeah.
With Kyle Shanahan. Oh, we're reading the exact same tweet.
You can read it out while I make my slow draft picks.
This is from George Schultz. Sources: 49ers star wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk recently had a sit-down meeting with Kyle Shanahan and others in the organization where some open and candid thoughts were expressed. The two sides have since restarted negotiations on a long-term deal, and there's some optimism that Aiyuk could remain in San Francisco. Situation remains very fluid, that's in quotes, but a sudden development. That is a big development. I guess that just kind of sends us back to where we were like 2 weeks ago with how we value all these San Francisco guys.
Yeah.
And that is probably a pretty big hit to guys like Purcell and Juwan Jennings, who just aren't great if Aiyuk's gonna stick around.
Right. At this point, I really want the trade. Like I'm too excited about it. I feel like I'm gonna have trade blue balls if it doesn't happen. All right, let's see.
Because you have so much Debo.
I do have a lot of Debo, and now I've started taking some Pearsall. What do you think? Judy, Polk, Goddard are the top suggested. Corum, Benson, Charbonnet. Anybody you like here?
Polk's probably my favorite.
Gives us a late round quarterback option.
Yeah.
It's rare for me to make it through 10 rounds without any onesies. We got zero quarterbacks and 0-10. It's definitely unique for me.
Me too. Yeah, I don't draft a lot of teams like this, but this is the fun part about combining our minds for a team deal, is we're going to end up with some builds we wouldn't on our own.
Exactly. So we have Kyren, Josh Jacobs, James Conner, Jonathan Brooks at running back. At wide receiver, we have Justin Jefferson, Chris Olave, Rashee Rice, Christian Watson, Tyler Lockett, and Jalen Polk. We have nobody at quarterback or tight end. Holding off on those for now.
Yeah, we will simply draft the best late round quarterbacks and tight ends.
So what is your preference as far as Brandon Aiyuk?
I mean, as a football fan, I kind of want him to stay in San Francisco because I think he works really well within that offense, and he's a tremendous talent. Also, as a football fan, I think him going to Pittsburgh would just be a disaster.
Oh, it would be for sure.
Yeah, so that would be really disappointing. In terms of my own bags, I don't know if I have a large enough position on any 49er for me to benefit greatly from an Aiyuk trade, but I would be about as bullish as anybody on Debo if the trade did happen.
Yeah.
And I also love Debo as a player. So it's, a little more Debo usage kind of excites me, but I do think Aiyuk, for the state of the game, is probably best in San Francisco.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you. I do have pretty big, as you saw, Debo bags. I've got Kittle bags. All would benefit from an Aiyuk trade. So my bags would appreciate the trade for sure. But I agree with you from an NFL standpoint. Like, they are going to be Super Bowl contenders, have their best shot at a Super Bowl if they keep Aiyuk.
Aiyuk was third in fantasy points average separation score last season. Was pretty
Wow.
much top 5 in all the other separation score related metrics. So just a really, really strong route runner, really good at getting open. And it seemed like it really came into his own last year as, you know, both a fantasy asset and a player.
Yeah. All right, we are up next.
This is a pretty brutal range. I guess if we took Gus Bus, we'd basically be done at running back.
Yeah. I mean, Goddard, when we don't have another tight end again.
Yeah, and Goddard's fallen. He's a decent value. I like the Goddard pick.
Yeah. I think just because we need a tight end.
Makes sense for us. I mean, 10 picks past ADP. Sometimes it's really that easy.
Exactly. I'm almost done making these picks. It's going to feel so good to have these notifications cleared out potentially.
Yeah, that problem is solved for an entire 8 hours.
Yeah. Well, not even because I mean other drafts are.
Oh yeah, that's right. You'll just immediately be on the clock again.
Yeah.
But you don't have to come back to it for 8 hours, which is
true.
Nice, I suppose.
True. Wait.
If you were one of those people who was big on not sleeping, like have you ever met somebody where they're like, oh, I only sleep like 5 hours a night?
Yeah, those people are insane.
Oh yeah, and they die early and get dementia early too. My girlfriend's a neuroscientist, and she's like, yeah, if you don't sleep, like your brain like rots. It's really bad for you.
Yeah, I have a one of my cousin's sons is like a super smart kid. I think he's maybe going off to college or in high school, but he apparently like has never needed sleep. Like even as a kid, he would just like always had energy. And we asked him, he says he gets like 6 hours of sleep now, 6 hours a night now. So he has, started sleeping somewhat more normally, like closer to, but it used to be like he would sleep for 4 hours, and it just drove his parents crazy.
That's crazy, even as like a teenager.
Yeah,
because I feel like when you're 15 is when like sleeping 12 hours a day is pretty easy.
I know. Blew my mind to hear it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Joker says Aiyuk staying in San Fran. It does feel the most likely scenario at this point. The fact that they're reopening negotiations does. I think you're probably right. Yeah,
I would agree with that. I think
we got to a point where I was saying I think it's 70% he gets moved because everything that was coming out was like made it sound like it was pretty close to a done deal. But I feel like the fact that they're reopening negotiations probably means they're going to come to something, would be my guess.
Yeah, and I'd imagine they just didn't get many compelling offers.
Yeah.
And, for the teams trading for Aiyuk, it's the double whammy of you got to give up picks to get him, and you got to give him a gigantic contract.
Right.
Which is generally a tough pill to swallow.
Zach Charbonnet, Matthew Stafford, Hawkinson, Musgrave.
Do we have any correlation with Stafford? I don't think that pick makes any sense.
Well, we have Kyren. Yeah. We could do Kyren and then Demarcus Robinson, but I'd be fine with Charbonnet.
Yeah, then we'd just be done at running back.
Probably.
So yeah, let's wrap that up. We could go Marshawn Lloyd and get the entire Green Bay backfield, but
nah, it's no fun.
I feel like I think in best ball that's a pretty good strategy, taking multiple pieces from the same backfield. Is that something you've done much?
Not a ton. It's not something I do a lot of. I'm more open to it this year than I have been in the past. Part of it is like because I am such a bye week bro. It's like, well, obviously the running backs on the same team have the same bye week. So if I'm trying to avoid overlapping bye weeks, I don't even think about it. But I have been doing a little bit more hand cucking this year than I did in the past with running backs.
Yeah, I think especially if you're targeting the most valuable backfields, like Miami is a great example. If you get Achane and Mostert, that's a pretty great combo.
Yep.
I don't think that's something I'd want to do with like Carolina. I don't want Miles Sanders and Jonathan Brooks. That doesn't make much sense to me.
No.
But yeah, with some of the more valuable backfields, I'm definitely willing to take two guys from the same team.
Did you see the latest about the Dallas backfield? Some I think it was just a beat reporter was saying like they think that Dallas is still open to adding to their backfield. Like it's not totally settled. Suggested Miles Sanders as a name that could end up in Dallas. I was like, man, I am going to be toast if Miles Sanders goes to Dallas. But I'm not drafting any Miles Sanders, and that would be just awesome for him, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's probably going to be Rico Tattle and Ezekiel Elliott.
Probably.
And, they'll just throw the ball 67% of the time and call it good.
Yeah.
Obviously, during UFL season, I was always rambling about Ricky Person becoming the new Cowboys starter.
That's right. I forgot about that.
He got picked up by the Seahawks, unfortunately got hurt and was released with an injury.
Oh, no. I didn't know that.
Same thing happened to Marcus Sims, who was also picked up by the Seahawks, also released with an injury settlement. So very unfortunate for some of our UFL superstars. But I know Ricky Person will land back on his feet and hopefully be with the Cowboys in short order. And then my prediction will come true. I tweeted that out. And that would be the greatest. Like if Ricky Person led the Cowboys in carries, I would feel like an oracle
for you. Yeah. For your brand, it would be amazing.
Yeah, that would be the greatest thing to ever happen to my Twitter
account. The Matthew Stafford suggestion here has been,
we might just have to do it and grab D-Rob. I mean, what do we want our other stack to be? Drake May. We could grab Hawk and go JJ.
Let's go Stafford. It keeps suggesting it. I will say this has been one of the more surprising things for me using the sidekick has been, it's not the first time that I have had Stafford like suggested to me when I don't have a wide receiver or tight end, obviously from the Rams. I've been pretty surprised how much they boost him with Kyren. So I wonder if it's just they correlate so well together that just having Kyren, gives Stafford a big enough boost. But I've been pretty surprised at how often that does happen where I'm suggested Stafford, even though I don't have Puka or Kupp.
Yeah, that is interesting. And I think that's one of the more interesting things with all of these new tools that have sort of been released in the last few years, whether it's like DFS simulation stuff or some of these draft caddy helpers, is when they don't necessarily agree with your intuition on stuff. I mean, I know the quarterback running back stack has shown to be pretty strong in best ball because, as you mentioned, we want to bet on teams. And what better way to bet on a team than to get the two guys who touch the ball basically every single play,
right?
The quarterback and the running back.
Yep. Doesn't have as good of a single week correlation typically for most, but maybe this is an exception because Kyren is a pretty capable pass catcher.
They probably do have particularly good correlation together, and if the Rams have the best offense in the NFL, you'll just be happy that you grab both or a top three offense, whatever.
Yeah, I still personally would not feel good about finishing a draft with just Stafford and Kyren. I would want to add this would be a draft where if we don't get to Marcus, then I'd go Whittington late or Colby Parkinson or something.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm definitely excited to grab another share of D-Rob, the GOAT, greatest wide receiver ever.
Yeah, as everybody knows, the veteran who finally came on in week is what, year nine or something.
Yeah, but he's aging in reverse, so this is really like year 2 probably for a guy who's aging in reverse.
That's true. Gino is the suggestion here. I will override it. Yeah.
D-Rob.
Yeah. I think we got to get the wide receiver on the team where we already have the quarterback. And if Gino comes back, then sure, into it.
We should probably plan for what we want our second stack to be. I think New England could make some sense, especially if we grabbed Hunter Henry on the turn. I'm not sure he'll make it back to us, but he might.
Yeah.
We could grab Drake May. We could also go with the JJ McCarthy team because we have Justin Jefferson.
I feel like I like JJ McCarthy better on a 3 quarterback team, and I think this is shaping up to be a 3 quarterback team probably. So I would be okay with that. We couldn't. I would not want to do 2 quarterbacks with just Stafford and McCarthy because I think they have the same week 6 bye week.
Okay,
but on a 3 quarterback build, I think it'd be fine.
Yeah, and I think this is an appropriate team to go 3 quarterbacks because we waited so long at quarterback.
Although the one downside too, if we went Drake May as the 3rd quarterback, we might not have anybody for week 6 in that scenario because I'm not sure Drake May is going to be the starter in week 6.
Yeah, I suppose that is possible.
Well, we'll see what makes it back.
Yeah, I'm really split on how long I think a guy like Brissett would hang on to the starting role. But
I
yeah,
feel like
week 6 is like where it probably feel a little 50-50-ish, which is tough.
Sniper's going to take our Geno here, I think. The name is Sniper. He just took Noah Fant, setting up. I mean, it's too good to not take it, I think. Yeah, he goes Geno. With a name like Sniper, you just know he's going to do it to you.
Yeah, he's hopping into ruined drafts.
Yeah. It's suggesting Aaron Rodgers. Tyler Conklin is still there.
Conklin or Rodgers is the stack I'd be more than fine with. I mean, Conklin just feels like a really strong value. I don't think you can, make this incredible upside case for him, but this passing offense is going to be a lot better.
Yeah, I'm more of a Kamari Averett guy myself.
Aren't we all? If only that, man, if we'd gotten that tweet when Scott was on, he probably would have divorced his wife right there to stay on the stream for the rest of
the day. The other, you're going to hate this suggestion, Jake. Oh. The other quarterback to consider here would be Derek Carr again.
Oh my God, I can't do multiple shares of Derek Carr on.
He's going to be. He might be the guy we need in week 6 to cover, though. We don't have to do it yet, though. We can.
I guess if you need a guy, Derek Carr actually isn't that bad because his floor is acceptable. But God, the single game ceiling is so bad. But maybe he'll get like the Sal Cannella bump, where I say like, oh yeah, he never scores more than X amount of points, and then he proceeds to score like average, 35 points per game.
I forgot about the Sal Cannella conundrum there.
That was pretty devastating to me.
Should we go Rodgers and then we can choose between Conklin or Malachi Corley, or should we just get Conklin here? And if Rodgers comes back, great. If he doesn't, we don't care.
Why don't we go Rodgers and then we could wait on Conklin, whose ADP is a little later. I think it'd be probably more likely.
What's Conklin's ADP?
It's 169, right? Yeah, so it's a 10 spot difference.
All right,
up to you though.
We'll go Rodgers, and then we might have to make a gross decision with adding on a jet stack if Conklin does not make his way back to us.
Well, hey, there are those great receivers, Malachi Corley and Xavier Gibson. Who are so good. Everyone's saying.
Everybody's saying. Everybody wants their Xavier Gibson.
Yeah. Tyler Harrell.
What are your thoughts on Malachi Corley? Conklin goes.
I mean, I'm fine with him. I guess it feels to me like what's a little baked into Corley's price right now is that Mike Williams may not be ready or 100%.
Sure.
This season, and I think Mike Williams will. Like, it seems like his timeline's been pretty clean, from what I understand on the injury front. He should be ready for week 1, and even if it takes him a couple weeks to get ramped up, he's going to be out there for every snap for the Jets. So I'm really not over the moon on a guy like Corley, but he does feel like a decent contingent pick. But yeah, probably the 4th option in this offense. I actually thought Xavier Gibson was a pretty good slot too last year. I don't know how much run he'll actually get, but he's definitely more than just like a gimmick punt return guy. Like, he is a little capable as a receiver. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not super into Malachi Corley. He has not been one of my rookie wide receiver targets. But on a Rodgers team where we're a little bit desperate for a stack, I'd be fine with it.
Braylon Allen, I think, someone asked Corley, Braylon, or Allen.
He went already. He went at 171 here.
Oh, wow. But I was just going to say, I think Braylon Allen is a really strong pick. If anything happened to Breece Hall, Braylon Allen would be the nuts. And he's 7 years old. He's the youngest player ever.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. He was the youngest guy in the draft. He was 20.8, I think, when he got drafted, which is just insane. I mean, what were we all up to when we were 20.8 years old? Nothing. Yeah. Nothing that productive.
I wasn't an NFL running back, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah. Me neither,
man. Team correlation overall is a big part of the leg up thesis. Quarterback, running back is positive correlation. Yeah, that makes sense for the Stafford Kyren thing.
Yeah, and we've seen quarterback, running back get a little more steamed in DFS, right, over the last 3 or 4 years compared to the past. I don't remember that really being a thing in 2016, 2017, but it's definitely, you see that a lot more now, especially among sharp players.
That was my first ever 6-figure win in DFS was quarterback, running back. Should we go Corley here right at ADP?
Oh God, I hate passing up Yoshi for this, but I Yes.
I think, I mean, we kind of have to. Although the leg up really wants us to take a tight end.
I think we can wait on a lot of these tight ends, and they're all just so gross anyway, except for maybe Jawan.
Yeah, let's get our stack.
Kate Otten, I'd love to meet a guy whose highest owned tight end is Kate Otten. What are you doing?
He runs all the routes, Jake.
He runs all the routes, but he runs them horrifically. Like he moves, like I don't know. As NFL players go, I don't think there's really anybody who moves worse than Kate Otten. Like you watch this guy catch passes, especially if he's on like your DFS team or God forbid your redraft roster.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, yeah, you want to throw up. He's pretty gross.
As a big proponent of routes run per yard, as you know, Jake, my proprietary stat, he is top of the list there.
Yeah, he is. He's also top of the list for tight ends who have over a 75% route share and score less than 9 DraftKings points every game.
Yeah, pretty brutal.
He is pretty brutal.
I have not tried turning off. I feel like in general, I want notifications on, like just as a reminder that I have to do it because I'm in so many, but maybe something to consider the next time I stream.
You're going on vacation soon, right, Neil?
I am. I'm leaving on the 15th, next Thursday.
How are you gonna handle all your picks when you're trying to relax and you're gonna be grinding slow drafts?
I've stopped entering slow drafts, so I'm hoping that it'll be a lesser volume by then.
Ah, I see. Okay, so people in your rooms, you really need to, start making
hurry
picks.
up.
Do
Hurry
not,
up, guys.
do not tank. Okay.
Yeah. Some of them are like closing at this point. Like some of them are pretty end. They were like slow puppies. Scott says, "What the fuck? You guys are still streaming?"
Yeah, man.
Is he coming back? Yeah.
Some of us are grinders. Some of us also, don't betray our wives to stream.
No. I'm just making sure that he knows he can come back.
You do not want to offer him this. He already said his marriage is on the edge, man. And now this is just like you're like waving a shot of whiskey under the nose of an alcoholic.
Yeah, exactly.
This is brutal.
I don't think he's coming back, but got to throw it out there.
I'd hope not. Mrs. Barrett needs him to stay off this stream.
Yeah.
She needs a relaxing Friday evening with her husband. Newly married. Just ridiculous.
We are at 2,581, so we definitely need one more tight end on the team. All we have is Dallas Goedert. Did love that. It was pretty nice that Dallas Goedert fell so much.
Yeah, that was a nice pick. I think we'd get pretty strong tight end value if we ended up with Jawan here. I'm not sure what the rest of tight end looks like. Ben Sinat's just kind of a scary pick. Have you taken much Chig?
Not a ton. I don't super love Chig. You said he's high on the A.S. score though, right?
He is high on A.S. So the problem with Chig is that while he's like an awesome athlete, he's a little undersized for a tight end, and it seems like Tennessee really likes Josh Wiley, former Bearcat, by the way, Josh Wiley. I've heard rumors. I just want to take Jawan here. Yeah. Allegedly, it's like tight end 1A, tight end 1B between Wiley and Chig.
I saw that. Yeah.
I still think Chig's going to pretty easily edge him out in terms of total routes because he is just a better overall route runner. But there is, I think, something to be said for like the pretty significant size discrepancy between those two. And I think that will mean, Wiley's a capable receiver. His like player profiler comp was Hayden Hurst. He's a solid athlete, just not like an eye-popping guy in any athletic measures like Chig is.
Yeah.
So I could definitely see a split there, but I do still think Chig has the edge in routes. But to me, that basically makes them both undraftable. You don't really want to take a tight end for contingent value. That seems kind of ridiculous. Yeah, don't want to bank on an injury there. So I haven't taken either guy really.
Chig had like great efficiency numbers 2 years ago. So I think a lot of people went into last year like, man, if he can just like keep those efficiency numbers up over a full season. But it was such a small sample size. I kind of thought people were overblowing the efficiency numbers for such a small sample size for Chig. I'm with you. He was for a while. He's been pretty high in a lot of the rankings that I've used. So I've had to think about whether I want to take him, but I think I've still passed on him more often than I take him. Thankfully, at this point,
I think that's the right move, especially given recent news.
Yeah. I think this is probably a 3 quarterback team. Doesn't necessarily need to be with Stafford and Rodgers, but I would feel better about it. I don't know.
JJ would be great. Drake May, I think, would be fine. But I know not as big of a JJ guy, but you are a Vikings homer, so
I am.
you got to
I'd be happy
get.
to.
I think you got to get as much Vikings exposure as possible. So no matter how the season goes, you're happy. Well,
We've got
as long as it goes well.
We've got Jefferson and Watson too, so we've got the full game stack ready.
Ooh, that would be great. Yeah, I like the JJ pick a lot.
We do have the Derek Carr double stack.
Come on, man! You can't do this to me 2 drafts in a row.
All right, here I'll cue them up in your preferred order: JJ, Drake, Carr.
Yeah, that all sounds good to me. See, this is a great team, if only because I'm entitled to half the equity.
Yeah,
which is significantly more than the first 2 drafts for reasons that I don't even want to bring up at this point.
No, it's a sore subject. I know. JJ McCarthy, come on down. 3 quarterback build, 3-5-8-2 for this one.
Yeah, I think this is a great team. I think we did a really good job balancing out our very early aggressive stance on running back and wide receiver.
Yeah,
I think we made up for it. We got some nice value at tight end. We got 3 late round picks that I can be pretty comfortable with at quarterback, including more of an upside play in JJ McCarthy, and then we're pretty deep at both wide receiver and running back. So I think this is a well balanced team.
Yeah, no, I feel good about the team. Jake, I don't think I've asked for it yet on this stream, and we are 3/4 of the way through. If anybody has not already hit the like button, it does help me out quite a bit if you would hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Of course, I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers by the NFL season, and I'm going on vacation for a week and a half in the middle there, which is going to make it tough. So if you're not already subscribed, would appreciate that. I will be streaming a lot over the next week prior to my vacation. Have plenty of streams planned, so that would be greatly appreciated if you subscribe, hit the like button, etc.
Yeah, and be sure to comment down below. Do you think 17 running backs or 18 running backs is optimal when you draft a basketball team?
That's a good call. Yeah, that's exactly the question I want you to answer. Should we be drafting 18 running backs through 18 rounds? That is the question we need to answer.
Exactly. Where are you headed on vacation, Neil? You excited for the trip?
I am excited. Going to flying into Portland. Wife and I are going to do some wine tasting in Willamette Valley in Oregon, and then we're going to head up to Mount Rainier, try and see a glacier, do some hiking in Washington. So we're going to be Pacific Northwest, and then I come back. I do come back on the following Thursday, but probably not streaming because I'm leaving the next morning for Chicago, going to the DraftKings Fantasy Baseball World Championship as a guest. I don't have a ticket myself, but was invited to that. So I have a couple trips planned.
Nice. Who's taking you to the championship?
Nerdy Tenor.
No way. That's awesome. What a great crew. That sounds like a great time.
Yeah, no, that'll be really fun. I better label these teams. I'm getting more into labeling them as I go.
Yeah, the labels probably help a lot. That was something I was really bad at last year. I basically labeled nothing. And it's a lot more clicking to figure out what the hell's going on.
So this one. Okay, and then our latest draft here. Just the 2 of us. No credit to Scott for this one.
Yes. Yeah, definitely added no Scott. 0 Scott.
Yeah, right. If I had the space, you only get 30 characters.
Oh man, that's brutal. Should be 240. They should let you do a full tweet.
There we go. No Scott.
Yes. There we go.
And this team we have, or I'll pull it up. Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, J.J. McCarthy at quarterback. At running back, Kyren Williams, Josh Jacobs, James Conner, Jonathan Brooks, Zach Charbonnet. Wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, Chris Olave, Rashee Rice, Christian Watson, Tyler Lockett, Jalen Polk, Demarcus Robinson, Malachi Corley. At tight end, Dallas Goedert and Jawan Johnson. 3-5-8-2. We've got all of our quarterbacks stacked up. Stafford with Kyren and Demarcus Robinson. We've got Rodgers with Malachi Corley, and then we have McCarthy with Jefferson. We have the bring back there of Christian Watson. Solid team, very solid team, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm in full agreement. I think this is a great team, and I'm very pleased to have the equity here.
Yeah, no, it's a beauty. All right, one more draft, and then we're gonna call it a day. Jake, you sticking around for one more?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know.
Yeah. I'm in.
Nothing better than freeing up an entire Friday afternoon to draft some teams with my boy. Neil
Yes,
Warfield.
sir. Get some free equity in these teams that are
Yeah.
definitely going to the finals, definitely going to make a lot of money. All right, people are, let's see. I recover well with a net reach of 17 ADP in my first 3 picks. Damn. Nice job. And then we did not judge your team. You asked us not to judge it, so we did not judge it. Tony says, make sure to have some rosé in Willamette. I will definitely drink some rosé.
Do you have a preferred wine type, Neil?
Not really. It's really like based on the meal, based on the season. Like I'm also not a wine snob at all. Like I just like all of it. So I wouldn't say I do like a good Chianti with an Italian meal. I like white wine in the summer. I'll drink rosé. I'll drink pretty much anything. Do you have a favorite?
Not really. I'm a little new to the wine game. Probably more of a whiskey and beer guy.
Me too.
But most of the wine that I've had, I've been like, oh, this is pretty good. I could see myself getting a little more into wine as I age. But anything that isn't like super dry, I found to be pretty enjoyable.
Yeah, no, I like all wines. My wife is more into the wine. She also, like, her parents are part of a wine club. So
nice.
they have stronger opinions than I do. I'm like, this is all really good. Like I don't know. I don't have any super strong opinions.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. Typically I'm drinking more beer is kind of my go-to, or I like a lot of bourbon. But I do like, I've actually gotten into buying my own boxes of wine so that, like, if my wife is not going to have any, we're not going to split a bottle. I'll just have a glass or two from my boxed wine that I put in the fridge.
That's a great way to save money.
Yeah.
Boxed wine. And it's pretty solid, right? I haven't had boxed wine since college, which is probably when most people get exposure to boxed wine. But
boxed wine is better and better, though. It's better and better.
Oh, really? It's improving?
Oh, yeah. Like, I know, like, wine snobs who will tell you that boxed wine, like, there are some really good boxed wines out there.
No kidding. Huh.
Yeah.
This is so I believe we've done 4 drafts. We have not gotten a pick outside of the top 6.
We are crushing it.
Yeah, no, these have been great picks. It makes the first couple rounds really easy. You definitely have to do a bit more thinking if you're on the back half of round 1.
Yeah. Jamar Chase is an option again. We've done Chase and Jefferson. We haven't done Amon-Ra if we wanted to mix it up, but otherwise
we did Amon-Ra on our first team today.
We did.
Yeah. So
oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah. So we've snagged shares of all these guys. I like Chase here.
Let's get our guy. Gives us the Burrow option later, potentially.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said earlier, when we did our first Chase team, I think a big part of the tiebreaker for me between those 3 is that the Bengals guys are such great values.
That's fun. Goezy Car says we can do a deep dive of his team when it wins the contest. All right.
That'd make for a great
good luck
YouTube
to you.
video.
That would. Yeah, we drafted with this guy who won 1.5 million. It would make for a better video if our team wins the 1.5 million, in my opinion.
That is.
Here was our thoughts
true.
throughout. Yeah.
Yeah, but we could get Charles on to comment
on
his team. Yeah, and then maybe he could throw us a bone, because obviously we'll need probably half the equity. I think would make sense since we influenced the draft room.
Yeah.
So he can't claim like, oh, that was all me, because obviously we had an impact on who was available to him.
Good to have him on the stream so we can confront him about where's my money? Where's my money, Charles?
It would be like a good cop, bad cop thing. We'd really grind him down.
Yeah.
It would be a lot of fun.
This is true. I have not labeled all of my teams, in part because I know they're all streamed. I can always go back and see. At this point, I think I've labeled more than half of them at this point. It can be a little bit of a chore to go back like through my videos and be like, all right, how many did I do on this stream? Who was with me? So, some of my streamers, like, somebody will start with me in the beginning and then they won't stick around for the whole stream. So I'm like, I got to figure out which ones I had somebody on. It's
a good thing that exact thing didn't happen today.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least today I did label them as we went. So we know which ones are Scott teams, which ones are no Scott teams. That's helpful.
Yeah, that is.
I should have labeled that one. Scott gets 4/18 of his share, because he only showed up for like the final 4 rounds of one of them, or 5 rounds.
Yeah, I mean that only seems fair as a guy who's fighting for half the equity of that team.
Yeah. I'm gonna make you sue Scott though for his portion. To be fair, he did come in and like make all of the final picks. He came in late and then he was like, no, we need to do this guy and this guy. So
yeah, I mean, well, he's a commanding presence in the draft room. You know, he lets you know what you think or what he thinks. And if you disagree, you're really not going to hear the end of it. It's not going to go well for you.
No. And it's more fun to argue with Scott about DFS, because then we can see that the next week, sometimes he has to capitulate and be like, all right, I guess you were right. Most of the time he's makes good calls in DFS. But then he has to admit when he's wrong. Whereas this, like he has these strong opinions, and we're never going to come back and be like, see how wrong you were, because like we're not going to remember what the strong opinions were. Unless it's Justin Ross level. If it's Justin Ross level, maybe we will.
The ultimate round 18 pick.
Yeah. That was pretty funny last year. Justin Ross is not somebody I had heard anybody mention. He was not on my mind. And then I hear Scott being like, this is a guy you need. I was like, what? It's off the wall.
No, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing with Scott is he'll take these home run swings on guys that you've like basically never heard of.
Yeah.
But they're always worth taking because it's the kind of situation where, sure, it doesn't work out 90% of the time.
Right.
But then when it does, like you hit the nuts in round 18. Which is awesome. If I remember right, he was big on Darren Waller back in like 18 when Waller was free in drafts. Yep. Yeah. And then like all of a sudden, by mid-August, they were like, oh, he might be the starting tight end. I believe Scott was really early onto that. And that's,
I mean, you
get the tight end 3 for free. That's as good as it gets, right? For a round 18 pick.
Yep. Yeah, he's had a lot of those great calls, and like you say, it's all a probability game. Most of them are going to miss when you're taking big swings at the end of the drafts.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the tough things, especially when you're doing like you play a ton of basketball volume or whatever, is you're just going to miss so much.
Yeah.
But you got to just have confidence in your own process and say, I'm going to keep taking these swings on these Justin Ross type players because the time it works, it's going to win you a crazy amount of money, even though you're going to bleed until it does.
Yeah. Jalen Waddle is the suggestion here. Otherwise, Devin Achane, Devonta Smith.
Always good with Waddle or Achane. What do you think? Do you have a strong preference there?
I feel like we did Waddle last time.
Okay, we can go Achane. Yeah.
All right. I've noticed, so since I started doing these, the drafts in Firefox instead of Chrome, my mouse is always on the screen, which is sort of annoying because like I'm clicking into other, you can't see that I'm like looking at other boxes and stuff. You can just see my mouse always floating around the screen. I can't tell if that's super obnoxious for viewers or not. Nobody said
probably
anything.
Not. I think people like seeing where you're clicking and stuff. Plus you're moving that thing real fast. A couple seconds left, you're queuing guys up, clicking the draft button
I'm doing
as
my
fast
best.
as possible. Yeah, no, you're doing a great job.
I guess
especially for the oldest guy to ever stream 150
quick fingers, still got these nimble fingers. Yeah,
you wouldn't expect like CS:GO esport levels of mouse movement from a guy like that.
I like to surprise people with how nimble I am. So what I'm trying to avoid doing now is, if you watch the screen right now, this is what I usually do with my mouse. As I'm streaming, I'm just constantly doing stuff like this, like touching all corners over and over as we're talking. It's just like a mindless thing that I do, and now I'm like trying to remind myself not to do that.
I mean, if you tune out because you're annoyed by Neil's mouse, are you a real grinder?
That's true.
Or are you a fake? Yeah.
DK Metcalf, Stephon Diggs, DJ Moore, Tank Dell.
Fine with all these guys. I guess DJ Moore would be my favorite of these wide receivers.
Something different.
Yeah, it is. Right. Do you have any so I've asked Scott this in the past, and his response has always been, I hate every player I don't explicitly like. Do you have any players that you're just really not touching that you think are like legitimately terrible picks?
Probably Michael Pittman is on that list of guys. Really? I'm just like rarely taking Pittman. I don't know. I don't think the pass volume is going to be super high. I feel like there are just better options in that range. Calvin Ridley, I'm pretty out on. Like I don't think he's that good at this stage of his career. I know he was he actually was not terrible last year. I think he ended up as the wide receiver 17 or something like that. This is a friend who was trying to sell me on him, I believe, referred to him as last year's wide receiver 17. That's how I come up with that number. which is not terrible, but I don't think he's a great pick where he's going. Obviously, he becomes better with the DeAndre Hopkins injury if D Hop is actually injured.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the history of these guys who take a year off is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson, Le'Veon Bell, like you just come back and you're not quite the same guy because you're probably not working out quite as hard.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there are any other like full, like I really am just never taking this guy picks. I'm sure there are. Let's see who's on the board right now. Is there anybody that I'm not taking ever who has been picked?
It's always
Probably
tough
not.
in like the top 100 because almost all these guys are pretty viable for one reason or another. And it's like, I might not like you, but I still want 3% or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier once you get into these later picks. I mean, last year for me, it was definitely, and I know we were apart on this, Rondale Moore. I think you had a lot of Rondale Moore, right? And I was never about, I don't think I had a single share. Him and Desmond Ritter were the two guys that I full faded.
Oh yeah.
That were probably close to 100% owned in contests.
Well, did you know that Desmond Ritter was actually on more Millie Maker teams last year than Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, and Desmond Ritter went to the University of Cincinnati, so he fits the profile of a guy that I would like. But he's just bad at football, which makes it tough.
Shocking that you were ever able to overcome your biases there.
Yeah, that proves I'm not a true Cincinnati homer.
Apparently,
yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Scott also hated Rondale Moore, and I did have a good amount. I don't think I had a ton, but I had more than zero for sure.
He's got an extreme amount of hate for anyone who he perceives to be a screen merchant. Like, I think he hates Zay Flowers too much. I think Zay Flowers is a much more versatile wide receiver than Rondale Moore has ever been or ever will be.
Yeah.
And Scott's still, I mean, Flowers is a bit of a screen merchant, but it's not, I don't know. I see more juice there than Scott ever has. And yeah, he's a big Zay Flowers hater. Maybe he's changed his tune a little bit this year, but I know last year, every time I brought up, if I brought up Zay Flowers on a stream, Scott just immediately shut me down. That was the end of that.
He had some big weeks last year.
He did. It's just, it's a tough profile when you're shooting for upside. These like low ADOT guys who aren't seeing crazy volume, generally hard to get behind. But yeah, I mean, Flowers is a talent. He's, you see him play. It's like, this guy's pretty good.
I believe he was picked 22nd overall last year in the draft.
Yeah. I mean, the team has faith in him.
So Pickens, another guy that I have been pretty out on.
Yeah.
Suggestion here is T. Higgins pair up with Chase here if we want to go with the double stack.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go Higgins, and then we probably have to take Burrow pretty early, but I'm fine with that because he's such a strong value. Feels to me like Pickens is being drafted, maybe not quite at his like upside, but pretty close, like maybe a 75th percentile outcome. I just think people are a little too excited because he makes crazy catches, and is obviously a young up and coming player, but he's not on the Chiefs. He's on the Steelers team coached by Arthur Smith.
Yeah. Ryan, appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you, Ryan.
I'll say, so I think Pickens, he's the example that everybody always gives of like, he's probably not going to be great from a season-long perspective, but like he could crush in the playoffs. Like he can have those big spike weeks when you need him, and he's going to be great he's a great pick for that reason. I think that people like overemphasize that for Pickens specifically because they've seen it, because he did it in the playoffs last year, I believe.
Yeah, well, and he does it in like a really impressive way, like with physicality. And
right.
He does it in a way that looks really cool. Yeah.
But I feel like anybody you're taking in this range has that kind of upside. I mean, like I don't think there's anybody who you're taking him over in that range who does not have that same kind of upside.
Exactly. I mean, I scrolled to that wide receiver range, on the underdog page.
We're on the clock, by the way. It's Pickens, Keenan Allen, or Terry McLaurin. Could be another double stack with Keenan, or just go with we could take Pickens as he's fallen here.
Yeah, give me Keenan or McLaurin. I think Keenan's probably my favorite. So I would take, if Pickens came back to us after this pick, I would take George Pickens.
That would be super late for him.
But yeah, I mean, I was just mentioning, like, I looked at these other wide receivers, guys like Terry McLaurin, I think have the same single week playoff upside as George Pickens, but they don't do it in like I'm going to absolutely body you because I'm so strong on the outside,
right?
Kind of way.
Yep. And I think people when people think of shooting for upside, they think of splash plays more than spike weeks. So they're just thinking of like who has the ability to have a 60-yard touchdown, or like who do we see do that more often with the just like one big play. But like there are a lot of ways to have spike weeks. It doesn't necessarily need to include 60-yard touchdowns. It can be 3 10-yard touchdowns. Like if you're just a volume guy, you don't necessarily need to have that kind of breakaway speed. Like yes, that is the easiest way to have a big spike week, is just to be able to do it in like 2 huge chunk plays. But I think that there are other paths to spike weeks that don't necessarily require that you have incredible speed or like the ability to just like moss somebody for a 60-yard touchdown.
Yeah, for sure. I think in a half PPR format, people are a little more tempted by those 60-yard touchdowns. And I mean,
they should be
so.
more so. Yeah.
But yeah, it does seem like just pretty overvalued with a guy like George Pickens.
Yeah. But as we see here, I mean, at TM Longaker gets him at pick 53. Like I would have been fine taking him at 52, just because, yeah, like it is true. Like he does have the potential to be the guy you need in those playoff weeks. Like I said, I think everybody else do, but like I think getting shares of him in the 5th round feels a lot better to me than where it usually goes, which is early 4th round. So nice pick there.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, you could definitely argue I'm a little too down on him, but for me, it's like it would have to be closer to pick 60, 65 before I'd really be excited about it. Actually didn't grade. I know he has, and I've contributed to this. I think I had a tweet that I maybe slightly regret about how George Pickens can't quite separate. His separation score isn't incredible, but it's solid enough. Nothing that would be concerning.
Oh, really?
And I think a lot of the separation stuff with him, and obviously I contributed to this narrative, so feel free to blame me for this, was that his route tree was so limited. When you only run go routes, it's really hard to separate. So he wasn't getting a lot of the, sort of more skilled routes where you would be, putting yourself in a great position to separate from defenders. So George Pickens might have a little more juice than the prevailing narrative says, at least as a separator.
So I have always in watching the games and like looking at stats, I've always thought that he had no ability to separate also. So I don't think it's just you. I think a lot of us have looked at the stats and have come away. So maybe A.S.S is a new way to look at it.
Yeah.
That is going to give him a little bit more credit in terms of separation. And maybe, as we said, probably a better way to look at it, because he's been good, like from a yards per route run, like some of those other perspectives. You look at those stats, it's like, oh, he's actually like, I think of him as being like not that talented at getting open, but his yards per route run is still great. So maybe we need to be, maybe A.S.S is the stat that we need to be able to better figure out if somebody is good at separating.
Yeah, I guess like the pushback would just be, I don't know how, like, can you really hold out hope for a great route tree for George Pickens when his offensive coordinator is Arthur Smith?
Also
like it's
fair.
Just, he's not stepping into this great situation. But yeah, 24th in average separation score last year among, it looks like about 80 qualifiers. So, that's pretty solid, right around, Josh Downs, Josh Palmer, Brandon Cooks, Ridley, Higgins. So it's a solid range to be in.
For sure. All right, we are coming up on our pick. George Kittle is the suggestion here. I'm always down for a Kittle share or Deontay Johnson. Who do you like?
We're pretty good at wide receiver. I really like our wide receivers, so I'll go Kittle here.
Let's roll. I was wondering, Joe Burrow. I forget that his ADP is all the way down at 90. I was surprised that it wasn't suggested in for us when we have the double stack. He's not that close to the top.
So
our next pick would be, let's see, 93. So we could try to push him there. We can see who's available at 76 if it's worth reaching for him.
Yeah, I'd probably lean towards the reach. Do we have two Chicago wide receivers? We do.
We do. Yeah.
Okay. It would be really nice to get both quarterbacks.
It would. And
I don't hate the idea of reaching 10 to 15 picks for both guys, especially in a tournament format like this. Obviously, you'd never do that if we were just in like a 12-man.
Yeah. We also have the Purdy out potentially.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I would say we reach on Burrow, and then we can probably afford to wait on Caleb Williams. I guess him and Purdy are in the exact same range.
Okay, and you just to make sure that we're making the most informed decision. So are you okay with that with JSN, Lad McConkey, Brian Thomas? Like, are these wide receivers that you're okay with passing to reach for Joe Burrow? Is kind of where plays into my decision making is what else is available here. I think I'd be okay with passing on these guys.
I would be as well. I think that's a great way to look at it. And, that's definitely important to remember is that like your draft never happens in a vacuum. If we had some great value sitting here, we would have to pass on our stack and hope Burrow comes back to us.
Taking Burrow over Stroud is Stroud really falling. But I am okay with that. This also potentially gives us the Cortland Sutton bring back as an option around our next pick if we wanted it.
Yeah, I like that.
See, and Caleb, his ADP is until like 112, so we can probably push him to not our next pick, but the following pick.
Especially if you told someone pre-draft that Jaden Daniels would be going before Caleb Williams, I think that would be pretty damn shocking.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised by it.
It's not something I can argue with a ton. Obviously, I think Caleb Williams is going to be pretty great for fantasy, but I could also see some serious learning pains with a guy who's like basically never played in structure his entire life.
Yeah,
he just runs around back there, and that doesn't work in the NFL.
Yeah. You got another DK stream planned with Steele. Wanted to jump in the last one, but crashed before you jumped to DraftKings. Don't have one planned, but those have been kind of impromptu with that crew, the DraftKings ones. Hopefully, I think everybody there would like to do another stream at some point. I'm not sure if we'll get one in before my vacation. That's going to go till August 26th, but hopefully after that, if nothing else. Fat Randy, I just got a trade offer in my league. I give up James Cook and Blake Corum, and I get Devin Achane and Ramondre Stevenson. Yeah, I would take that.
Yeah, I would definitely take that. I don't. Wow. Can I get in your league, Fat Randy?
Yeah, that is a great trade for you. What up, Tom? Says evening all. Is this the stream for the first guy to draft 100 BBM 5 drafts? No, I actually already did that one. I did the 100th. My 100th BBM was streamed.
But you don't lose the title. You're still the first man to stream.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Best Ball Mania 5, so you can't forget that. Don't discount that aspect.
Soon to be the oldest person to ever stream all 150 Best Ball Mania drafts. Don't know if you know that about me, Jake.
That's, first of all, very cool, very impressive. But also like potentially a record that will never be broken.
That's true.
So especially if you like came back in like 4 or 5 years and defended it in case someone else maybe tried to, throw their hat in the ring. You just need to stay older than anyone else who could stream their drafts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like if you beat me, I'm just going to beat you again next year.
Yeah, because you're already older than them. So yeah, it's pretty easy. You just gotta, grab the record and hold on tight, which I think you will.
Yeah. Brent says, diehard Cubs fan here. Was awesome to see him drafting like the rest of us. Yeah, it's pretty awesome how into like best ball and gambling and stuff Steele is. He in chat the other day he said, I am a gambler who just happens to throw a ball hard or something like that. It's a funny description. Of course, he is an all-star ball thrower.
Wow, that's awesome. So I'm not very familiar with how the league rules work. You can gamble on other sports, just nothing.
Yep.
Like he couldn't do anything baseball related.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. You can't gamble on baseball at all, but you can gamble on the other sports.
That makes a lot of sense. I've heard. So Edwin Porras, our site doctor, who does a lot of great content. He used to do some athletic training for the Minnesota Twins. I believe he left to open his own practice. Forgive me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure. And he said that those guys are just addicted to fantasy football.
Yeah,
it's nonstop. Oh, can we go Jonathan Brooks here, please?
All right, I'll do it for you.
Oh my God, what's your issue with Jonathan Brooks?
No, I just over Jalen Warren is the suggested pick, but that's also.
I think he's a way better pick than Jalen Warren, and I think Jalen Warren is a solid value, but I like Brooks a lot more.
All right. We already talked about it a little bit. I'm not out on Brooks. Like I'm probably going to be close to the field on Brooks. He's just not for me a slam dunk play because he's on the Carolina Panthers, because he's coming in as a rookie who's going to be hampered coming in, probably going to miss some time to start. I don't know how quickly he's going to get up to speed. I don't know if the team is really trying to, force him into a full workload. Is he going to, come into the Carolina plans at a point when they still are like in playoff contention? I don't know. I have some concerns about like, all right, you're not going to be the starter right away, and you're going to be on a really bad team that isn't necessarily going to have a ton of incentive to win games later in the year. I'm not as sold on him as a lot of very short people are. So I'm not trying to full fade him because people like yourself, a lot of other very short people as well, super into him. He's just not like a huge priority for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's understandable. He's been a pretty major priority for me in my own drafts. I don't know if you want to go running back again right here. I really like Tajay Spears.
Cortland Sutton would be the perfect bring back for our Cincinnati stack potentially.
Yeah, I'd be good with Sutton. And then we can load up on running back later. I mean, running back is so deep, so late into the draft that it's a very easy position to ignore, which is why the default build is 0 or hero RB for basically every team.
Right. I'm showing my flaws. Is my flaw the not wanting Jonathan Brooks? I'm not sure. Pete was going in. Yeah, I saw the Overzet's overview at the beginning, making fun of me for being old. You know what? You need to be old to be the oldest person to stream all 150 drafts. So I think Pete is just jealous that I'm going to take over as the oldest man to stream 150 best ball drafts.
Someone needs to take the opposite end. Like a high school graduate needs to be the youngest person to stream all 150.
That one would be easy. Also, like many people have the ability to just be. Pete was 36. Like you just have to be younger than 36 to be the youngest to do it.
Oh wow, yeah, that is pretty easy. Someone asked if 150 max is the perfect amount, or would you change it? So I'm not sure if people are familiar. The state of New York is actually what dictated that back in the day. They set a limit. I think it used to be, I forget if it was unlimited or if the sites had 500 entry maxes. Maybe it was both. But because I remember like one of CSU Rams' biggest win was he submitted like 700 lineups into a $3, like 600,000 entry contest and finished second or something.
Yeah, it was a common thing.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's insane. Honestly, for DFS, I do kind of wish the limit was 500 because sometimes 150 doesn't feel like enough to me. When I MME for best ball, I think 150 is plenty. Because I don't know if this ever happens to you, Neil, but sometimes it's like, I want to work in 8 quarterbacks, but if I do 8 quarterbacks, then I'm losing out on a few of the stacks, like with Joe Burrow that I like. So I got to cut down, on Purdy or Jordan Love so that I can get a little more like Burrow diversification. You seem like this isn't much of a problem for you.
No, I'm always trying to get my 8th quarterback. No, we have the same issue there of always wanting to get 8 quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean, imagine how cool our teams could be if we could make 500.
It would be just amazing.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. We'd get a lot of fun stacks.
Tajay Spears.
I like Spears a lot. I think he's a tremendous talent. I think it's possible that Pollard has just kind of fallen off, but realistically, it's going to be a 60-40, 50-50 committee, so that does make the pick a little tougher. But I just think Tajay Spears is really, really good.
Caleb Williams goes unstacked, completely unstacked Caleb Williams to a guy who already has a quarterback.
You'd think this was DraftKings.
You would think this is DraftKings. Do I do it? I'm getting the notification thing again. I'm taking Tajay Spears right now in a slow draft that I'm in.
I have no equity on that team though, which is kind of the problem.
Yeah, I hear you. I'll throw you $1 if I win.
Hell yeah. My Venmo's the same as my Twitter, man. So
nice. Easy to remember.
Yep. All right, yeah, I would definitely lean Spears here. We don't really have any stacks to reach for, right? Because there's no Purdy, no Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Spears goes.
Oh my gosh. Gus Bus, Corum,
Charbonnet.
Trey Benson is a bit too expensive. Ford is fine, but probably not a great best ball pick if Chubb is going to get any real work in the second half of the year. I like Gus Bus or Corum, whoever you prefer.
Let's go Gus Bus.
Hell yeah. 5,000 carries for the Chargers this
Gus will carry us until Jonathan Brooks is ready.
Mm-hmm.
Devin Achane going to put up 25 points a game, so he's got the RB1 locked in. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Only 25 for Devon Achane.
You're right. He did put up
pretty low.
49 once last year, I believe. So
yeah, I mean,
right.
his game
I'm
logs are
underselling it a little
insane.
bit. Yeah.
11 touches, 33 DK points.
Yeah.
Did that like 7 different times. Quite the guy.
Find the oldest person doing best ball drafts and do the oldest duo to ever draft a BBM. That would be a show. It would be a show.
Yeah, and you could get the youngest guy and then do the biggest age gap to ever draft a BBM.
That's easy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are a lot of good like world records you could get.
So many. Mm-hmm. Once you just come at it from the oldest person streaming perspective.
just and I'm caught in the middle here. I can't be the youngest. I can't be the oldest. It's absolutely brutal.
You got to be close to the youngest, though. I mean,
I guess I could go for the youngest, but it would be pretty easy for someone younger than me to jump in after. So I feel like I would be kind of wasting my time, because if anyone wanted to break the record, it would be fairly straightforward.
Yeah, BP Kelowna just like come in.
Oh
he's 22 right away, break that record.
Yeah, and he'd draft way better teams than me too, so that'd make me look pretty bad. I need it to be someone who's worse than BP.
Yeah, anybody older than me, they're just gonna be drafting shitty teams. They've kind of, they got the dementia.
Yeah, they're wondering if Brady's still playing, all that.
Blake Corum comes back. Jalen Polk's still there. Jacoby Myers, Zach Charbonnet.
I think I'd prefer another running back here. It does get pretty gross after the next couple rounds at the position.
I feel like Corum, a little bit of a faller, feels good.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, his contingent upside is so good. I'm fine with Charbonnet.
Let's just go Corum.
Yeah, I think that's the move.
Not as much of a fall as I thought. For a while, I think he was up to like pick 115 at one point. So falling back into a more reasonable range, in my opinion.
Yeah, that does make sense for a Corum range. What do we want our second stack to be? That's what I'm wondering.
It could be, so I don't love it, but it could be Denver. We could go with Bo Nix. We try sometimes to avoid having, quarterbacks from the same week 17 game environment. So that would be same week 17 game as Joe Burrow. But I not the biggest thing in the world for me. If I'd be fine having two quarterbacks from the same week 17 game.
Yeah. No, I think that's totally okay.
Other options, let's see. Gone. We got them gone. Yeah, that's our only back stack right now. So we could add on another team somewhere. Maybe Pop Douglas. Oh, Jalen Polk is still there. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we could go Polk and push for a May stack. I certainly wouldn't hate that. I mean, the nice thing is if we did grab Polk, we would have multiple outs when it comes
in the last round.
Yeah, when it comes to stacking quarterback.
My guess is that he doesn't make it back to us, but we'll see.
Neil, what's your favorite part about streaming all 150 of your best ball drafts?
My favorite part, building up a community probably is my favorite part. We've had people joining the Discord, some fun conversations in the Flannelverse Discord. So I think just that part of it, just the building up a community and honestly staying involved. For a while, it was just like I didn't have didn't feel like streaming for a while after NFL season. After I left Stokast, it was kind of like, man, I want to start my channel, but I also I don't have any, nobody's forcing me to, so it's hard to find the motivation. So that was part of the reason that I said I was going to stream all 150 was like, I got to motivate myself. So that was the way to do it. So yeah, I think just the staying involved and then building up the Flannelverse community has been my favorite part of it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you got a really great community. I mean, you've got a ton of comments during the show. Obviously, we've been streaming for almost 4 hours. And, the comments are still pouring in. It seems like you've got a lot of great fans, and I think that makes a ton of sense because you're a very entertaining streamer. And more importantly, Neil, you're a great guy.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's a small community. It's not like you see some other streams where the comments are just constantly pouring in. It's we can go 10 minutes without a comment sometimes. And I'm kind of okay with that. We're a smaller community.
Yeah, and I mean, smaller communities can be nice, especially in the fantasy space. It is kind of fun when your community's a little smaller because you get to draft against those people, and
Yeah.
play against him. So it's kind of nice when there's a little less people in some regards.
Eckler, McLaughlin, Justin Herbert, Pop Douglas, Xavier Legette. Anybody you like here?
I really like McLaughlin. I'm always a sucker for these hyper talented running backs, and this is going to be a super valuable backfield. I guess like the one counter argument with McLaughlin is you could just argue like, look, his snap share is never going to exceed 40 or 50%.
Yeah, that's probably
in this
true.
offense. Yeah, like he'll never be a bell cow. But then you're still looking at like a James White tier player, and guys like that are very valuable in best ball. Like I don't think I'd take McLaughlin in any sort of redraft format.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, like you say, you'd never feel comfortable starting him in a redraft format, but for best ball, just like getting those random spike weeks, not having to worry about it. Agreed. I think he's a much better best ball pick.
And our team has, Jonathan Brooks and Blake Corum, so we kind of do need a few of those guaranteed points, and I think McLaughlin is a pretty good bet for some guaranteed points because I do think he takes at least a good chunk of the Darren Sproles, Alvin Kamara role in this offense.
Yeah. I missed what you were hinting at.
Did I hit at something?
Sanctuary Tom said Jake subtly hinting, folks. I'm trying to remember. That was a while ago. So now I forget what the conversation was we were having. Mr. Mister going to join me for the geezer draft, or you're the oldest? Are you older than EMAC, Mr. Mister? That's I guess that's the first question we need to ask ourselves. Oldest to stream all and oldest to win BBM has a nice ring. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to try to win BBM this year. Oh, his Venmo. I see.
Oh yeah, I was hinting at my Venmo. Yeah, same as my Twitter. That goes for any of you guys. If you just want to, send a gift, feel free.
So Justin Herbert falls. We don't have any pass catchers. All we have is Gus Edwards. We could do it and throw on a late DJ Chark or something, or take Pop Douglas. Who's your preference?
Douglas, I think, would be my lean here.
Xavier Legette also there.
Have you been taking much Legette? I still haven't. Other than I like Deontay, and then other than that, I'm kind of still figuring out these Carolina guys.
He's been hurt, right? So that I've kind of stopped drafting. I was drafting some Legette for a while, but I know that he was hurt for a bit. So
I mean, obviously you'd question pretty significantly how valuable this wide receiver 3 role is going to be for Carolina, but when his competition is Terrace Marshall and Jonathan Mingo, 2 guys who just haven't really shown it, there's certainly an upside case. I don't know. I have a hard time seeing him overtake either Thielen or Deontay for like serious work. So he probably won't be a guy that I end up taking much. But every clip you see of Xavier Legette is just like, he's Boomhauer.
He talks so funny.
King of the Hill. Yeah,
I do not want to draft a guy who talks like that.
You don't want to?
No. How do you not want to?
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing with Ladd McConkey. Like a name like that, like how do you not want to take the guy?
Yeah.
So
fun rookie class.
It is a fun rookie class, and it's a shame that like my own process gets in the way of me drafting 2 of the more fun players available.
Yeah, you need to change your process. Get your guys. Get the guys you want to draft.
Yeah, get Boomhauer. Get Carolina Panthers Boomhauer. Get Ladd McConkey, and then just auto draft the rest because who cares?
Tom points out that one fun thing about streaming all 150 is I do get called old on every single stream. I did bring that on myself. Declare myself the oldest person to stream 150. So I'll accept the old memes. I'm okay with it. How old is EMAC? He is 94, I believe. 94 years old. So are you older than 94?
Well, Neil, you could remarket yourself next year and say, I'm the youngest guy over X age to draft all 150 lineups. So
I'm the youngest guy over 41 to draft all 150. That gives people a really thin window if I do that.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a record that'll probably never be broken. And you could tack that on to oldest guy to ever draft 150.
Maybe I'll just do that this year. I'll just say that I am the youngest person over 40 to stream all 150.
And that'll probably never be broken because how many 40-year-olds will do that?
Not that many.
Basically 0. Maybe Pete Overzet in like 4 years.
Yeah, he could do it in a few years now. Yeah, no, it's there are a lot of ways that I can set records. You just have to decide what record you want to claim. Think about what could be my record. I've got the longest beard streamer in St. Paul, Minnesota, maybe. I don't know.
This is why I love UFL, because it's so easy to set UFL and spring football records.
Yeah.
When there's almost no history of it, things even happening.
Yeah.
It's only been around for a few years, so it's very easy. Like, I'm probably I think it's safe to say I'm the most prolific writer in terms of word count in the history of spring football, and I don't think it's like even close.
That might be true.
And that feels pretty good as a record. That's unique to me.
It's going to stand most likely.
I would think so, man.
And you started young, so if you can keep going.
Yeah, exactly. It's this is why we attack niche markets, is to set world records.
Absolutely. We just need to get in touch with the Guinness book.
It costs like $10K
to get in the book.
Yeah.
No, I did not realize that.
Oh yeah, like it's like because they send people out, like you have to pay. But then I think it's a good motivator for people who have $10K to blow, who want to be in the book, to just come up with some bullshit record, like most spoons on your face or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
And then you can be in the book.
I feel like that when I was younger, I loved the Guinness Book of World Records. Yeah. It was so fun to look through, like, oh my God, look at those long fingernails or the long hair or whatever. It was so cool. Now it's like the older I get, the more like it's kind of dumb. Like for the most part, it's pretty dumb. Just like random records.
I think the book is made for like third grade boys, pretty much.
McMillions goes. I'd be fine with Noah Fant. Do we have a later? Did Gino go already? I think Gino might have gone, which takes away some incentive for Fant. We could go Mims, throw him onto our stack. Ray Davis.
D-Rob.
Is D-Rob still there?
I think so.
You just always want D-Rob.
He's such a good pick, but we could go Mims. I'd be fine with either.
All right, we got your guy D-Rob.
Okay, Scott's gonna be proud of me at least. I'll keep my job at fantasy points for another.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Mm-hmm. Do you think Scott is he biased on D-Rob because he helped him win $25,000 or whatever?
It'd probably be hard not to be a little biased toward any player who helped you win a large sum of money.
True.
But Scott's generally pretty good at not letting his own
biases affect.
Yeah. He's generally pretty objective. Honestly, like I feel like his biggest misses are just when he thinks a guy. I feel like we talked about this on Wednesday. When he thinks a guy sucks and they actually don't.
Right.
Like he'll just sometimes he'll cling on to that just a little too long. Other than that, I think he's like basically. No one's perfect, but he's pretty close to it as like an fantasy analyst goes.
Yeah, but nobody's ever going to be perfect, but yeah, he's pretty damn good.
And Quentin Johnston, it's crazy people are drafting him.
I was for a while. I think we might have talked about this already. How this guy? I never felt that good about it. Most sharp people I talked to were like, "No, I'm never drafting him," and I was still like, "Yeah, but he might have a role. Like if he just has the opportunity there, like he could have some spike weeks." But now he's just been so bad.
I like I mentioned earlier, guys who you would like never take, and before pick 100, I think it's hard to have any of those guys. After pick 100, that really opens up. Quentin Johnston would be probably at the top of my list. I would be a lot more encouraged if he wasn't dead last and separating from the guy who covers him, which is
and he can't catch.
Score.
So
yeah, and he can't catch. When you're a contested catch guy with bad hands, you're headed to the UFL. Is probably
not ideal.
Is going to happen. It'll be a fun play in the UFL though.
Should we go Conklin here? Close out our tight end room. Potentially give us an A-Rod out.
Yeah,
but that is week 12.
I do like Conklin a lot. Yeah, we probably won't take A-Rod, but I'd be good with it to just wrap up tight end.
All right, let's do it. We have both those rookie potential late stack options. And this one, we did get Joe Burrow, so we do have an elite quarterback already. It's kind of nice. Not waiting so long on our quarterback.
Yeah, it definitely makes grabbing a late round quarterback pretty easy when you know you got ideally a top 6 stud in there.
Mr. Rich says that he's in his 50s. He might take me. You're going to stream 150? Good luck, pal. In your 50s, you're not going to have the stamina for 150 drafts.
It's August too, so you're going to be putting a lot of time in to streaming these drafts. And I think part of the challenge is it'd be pretty easy for I mean, just about anybody to knock out 150 drafts in a month. When you have to stream, you can only do one at a time. So you're committing the full, 45 minutes or so to each individual draft. I mean, I don't have my calculator in front of me, but that's a lot of time. I hope you're retired or something, because it's going to take a while.
Yeah. Best of luck to you if you try to beat my record next year. I think you actually might be like neck and neck with EMAC. I said he was 94. I believe he is like early 50s. So you're probably pretty close to EMAC. But I also don't think EMAC has any ambition to stream all 150. So you don't have to worry about that.
Harder to find that ambition as you get older.
Yeah. Last year we had all late drafted positions that broke the slate. Will that be the case this year? I mean, it's much easier to break the slate from the final rounds. Like, you're not going to break the slate from the first round, most likely. Like you can separate. Tyreek Hill, CMC last year seemed to for a while, but then CD Lamb came on, so not that easy to do it from the early rounds. So probably, but we also had Raheem Mostert, Nico Collins from kind of like the middle rounds, who somewhat broke the slate. I don't know. What do you think, Jake?
I think last year was a particularly great year for some of those late round picks. I mean, especially Kyren and Puka. Like, you aren't going to get a bell cow.
Tank Dell until the playoffs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, but
Trey McBride, actually, like there were so many.
Yeah. I mean, there were quite a few. So I think it was a bit of an outlier season in terms of that. But yeah, there are always going to be guys in the 18th round or 15th, 16th, whatever, who can't break the slate. But I think we'll probably come back down a little bit more to earth with that sort of thing. But that's why you can swing for upside a little bit more with those picks. I mean, obviously you want to avoid zeros. First guy to draft 150 with spoons on his face. Pay $10,000, you can get that in the Guinness Book of World Records. I mean, it's to me, I'm generally swinging for the fences more in the 18th round when I know I have more security on my roster. If I've taken more of a speculative roster, then in the 18th round, I'm looking at someone who I know is just going to give me some base level fantasy points.
Yep. Well, we'll see what comes around to us here.
We still need our.
Okay. I was gonna suggest I probably would have taken A-Rod if he had fallen to us.
And just eaten the
instead he goes to the 4 quarterback team. No, I would have then added on a rookie also.
Oh, okay, I see. I mean, I'm fine with just one rookie and then pretty much calling it. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that for a team like this.
Yeah, we only need them to cover week 12, so more likely that they're available then. Would you want to take a rookie now or push it around the turn? We could go Drake May or Bo Nix.
I just don't want to lose out on any of the guys we like. Why don't we go? I think we've got a slightly better stack with Nix.
Yeah. All right, into it. So we got two quarterbacks. I got to move this. Go. All right, so I'll read off the team. We're 16 rounds done. We have Joe Burrow and Bo Nix at quarterback. At running back, Devin Achane, Jonathan Brooks, Gus Edwards, Blake Corum, Jaleel McLaughlin. Wide receiver, Jamar Chase, DJ Moore, T. Higgins, Keenan Allen, Cortland Sutton, Pop Douglas, Demarcus Robinson, and then at tight end, George Kittle and Tyler Conklin. I feel like these are largely luxury picks at this point. Like we could be done at both. I don't know. I think every position to me looks potentially good enough. Running back, maybe we want one more there.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I think we probably want one more running back. I feel a bit more confident in our wide receiver room. I think looks stronger.
Yeah.
But really, we probably, when you're in a situation like this, I think you just take the overall best player available. So do we have an obvious pick here? I obviously like Yoshi. I know you like Estime. Tyrone Tracy, I think, is a solid pick. Do you have a strong preference?
Yeah, I mean, we've got great correlations across the board with 3 Denver, 1 Cincinnati guy, or 3 of the top 4. Sorry, 2 Denver and 1 Cincinnati in our top 4 suggested players. I would be fine with honestly any of them. I sort of think with our need for one more running back, Estime would be my lean here, but I'd be fine with, and honestly, any of these four. Probably Tracy would be the last pick for me of this group.
Yeah, I would go Yoshi and then Estime. So if you feel more strongly about Estime, we can grab him.
Well, Estime has a much earlier ADP, but
Yoshi, Yoshi matches up with our Burrow stack nicely. I guess Estime wouldn't, be unstacked either because we have Bo Nix and a good chunk of this Denver backfield already with McLaughlin. I would lean Yoshi slightly.
All right, let's do it. I'm fine with Yoshi.
Burrow said he's going to have a big year, so why not pair them together and win 1.5 million, split just between us because there are no frauds, no fakes. Yeah, trying to hop into the stream last second.
That's right. To steal our glory and money.
Exactly.
Let's see. All lead drafted. 6 at a time on a stream. That is insane. Drafted 6 at a time on a stream last week. It's a great way to burn money. Comments and likes. Wait, is this Tyler or is this Tom? I assumed that this was Tom speaking from the Fantasy Sanctuary.
So did you put them all in one window? I guess that's my question. Tyler or Tom. Big fan of both of you, by the way.
Yeah. It's Tom. Okay. I missed that stream. I believe I saw a stream where Tyler was doing something crazy like that. But
if you had 6 drafts on one monitor, it'd be hard to read, like the players' names and stuff.
I don't know.
Unless you have a really big monitor. I'm not sure, like, technically. Oh, you tab back and forth a lot? Good God, man.
Yeah, you probably just need to get good at navigating the site. Makes it possible. But yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's a bit too stressful for me.
Speaking of Tom, I need to get Tom back on this channel. I've been thinking that for a while. Of course, Tom has, I think, more limited time because he's in the UK, but would obviously love to get Tom back on. I don't remember. I think it has to be afternoon for me, evening for Tom. Is that correct, Tom? When you're available to stream late at night? Tyler, of course, I just randomly throw out the invite after I start streaming, and he's usually game.
Yeah, I've seen him on a lot.
Yeah.
Plus, he's one of those guys that drafts like a crazy amount of teams. There's so many of them in our great community. But I think I remember catching one where he said he was through like 500 drafts.
Hell yeah. Yes, sir. We can make it happen. That's what I love to hear. I believe this is my 104. So I have 46 more drafts to get through. I'll reach out, Tom.
What do you think you're at total for your total draft count?
Like 310, 315, something like that.
Wow.
That's post draft. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Do you feel burnt out at all, or are you ready for the final stretch?
A little bit. I do feel slight burnout. I know Pete talked about that on a stream, talked about it in his newsletter, which I have not read yet. I saw that it was one of the topics though. Is draft burnout real? I feel like I feel it a little bit every year. Like I think every year by the time NFL season comes, I'm like, okay, I think I'm ready to be done. But it comes in waves. Even now when I do feel a little bit of draft fatigue, still then I'll get like NFL news that it's like, oh man, I really want to draft that player. So then I get excited all over again to get into a draft with like new players that I'm targeting. So yeah, it comes in waves for me. But in general, I'm not too fatigued.
That's great to hear, especially from the oldest guy to ever draft
150. Yeah, even at my age. Yeah.
Yeah, you want them staying fresh all year. And I'm sure taking an August vacation is going to be a big help.
It'll be my second August vacation too. I just got back from Wisconsin last week.
I love that. That's when you take all the vacations before the season starts.
So it's suggesting Greg Dulcich, Ben Sinnott, Drake May is still there too. If we wanted to get a third quarterback on this team,
I think I'd rather go running back or wide receiver.
Roshan is let's see. The running back options would be Roshan Johnson, Deneric Prince. Who do you like?
Probably Prince or Roshan. Prince is so speculative. They both are.
Oh no.
Prince is a little more so.
Oh no.
Let's go Prince.
Shit. We got
Roshan. Okay.
That's fine. I got caught behind the overlay again. I click on it and then it moves down and it's like, shit.
Nothing better when you hand it off to me with 10 seconds left and then I just sort of wobble back and forth.
That is
until the clock runs down.
Yeah. We got one of the guys we wanted though. I was actually trying to click Roshan, so it worked out fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with both those guys. Yeah, Prince feels a little bit more speculative to me, where he could be a 0 for the entire year, which is pretty devastating even for a round 18 pick.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
He could also be the RB2. I don't know. Like I just personally, I really wasn't buying, the hype that he's really has a great chance at being the running back.
I'm not really buying it either. Yeah.
Yeah, it felt to me like the team knows what they have in CEH, and they're just kind of like, let's try Deneric Prince out at RB2 in camp to see what happens.
Agreed.
But like realistically, we're going to end up with CEH again as our backup running back.
Yep, that is my read also.
So before we hop off here, Bo Nix obviously on this team. Bo Nix also went to University of Auburn, where my little sister went. She informed me she actually knew Bo Nix's girlfriend before his current wife. Allegedly, Bo Nix broke up with this girl over text. Said the fame's just getting to his head.
He said the fame was getting to his head.
Mm-hmm. So he could not continue dating her. Quickly found a new woman who ended up becoming his fiance. I'm not sure how that impacts his fantasy prospects, but I do think it's fun to have some insider info.
He's cutthroat, is what I'm hearing. I mean,
he'll do anything to win, even in the game of
anything
love.
to win. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
no, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing for his fantasy prospects that he is so cutthroat. Although the fact that he says fame is getting to his head, is that real or is that just his excuse in his cutthroat message? I don't know. To me, I think it just is good instincts to be like, oh, I can't date you anymore because of my fame. I buy it.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, we've all been there. Very common.
Yeah, right.
I guess the real question is, has he matured? Because he's obviously gotten more famous. So if fame is going to be a problem, then maybe we should fade rookie year Bo Nix. But the price is so nice.
So it's a problem if it's a real thing. Like if you actually think that the fame got to his head. But to me, that was just his excuse. Like that was his like, I'm breaking up with you. I found a better option. It's just like him being a cutthroat. Like I'm gonna do what I need to do to get what I want. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm not too worried about Nix being third on the depth chart.
Yeah, I don't think that's something that
Sean Payton went after him, like talked him up. Like I think he's so excited to show off his shiny new toy. I'm not buying into it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And that's part of the reason he's priced at QB 30. And, we also have Joe Burrow. So if he doesn't start for the first half of the year, that's totally okay.
Yep, true. I'll read off the team before we head out. We end up with Joe Burrow and Bo Nix at quarterback. At running back, Devin Achane, Jonathan Brooks, Gus Edwards, Blake Corum, Jaleel McLaughlin, Roshan Johnson. At wide receiver, Jamar Chase, DJ Moore, T. Higgins, Keenan Allen, Cortland Sutton, Pop Douglas, Demarcus Robinson, Andre Yochevus. At tight end, George Kittle and Tyler Conklin. We've got some nice stacks going. Of course, only one Week 17 game, so every player in that game is a bring back as well as a primary option. Nice team though, I think.
Yeah, I think this is a really strong team. Scott Barrett revealed that he had sources tell him that Brandon Aiyuk wants to stay in San Francisco. That is his preference. They think they can get something worked out. Apparently, Aiyuk does like Pittsburgh, but the Cleveland New England steam was more of the team calling his bluff about a trade than it was, any real interest. So sounds like it's Pittsburgh or bust, but most likely San Francisco. Also, I really hope Scott's not watching because I don't know if I was allowed to reveal his insider info, but I did it anyway because I love the Flannelverse.
Oh, appreciate you sharing that insight. I mean, we got the Knicks intel, we got the Aiyuk intel just right at the end. So I hope people stuck around until the end to get all of these little insights from Jake.
Yeah, got to watch all 4 hours of a Flannelverse live stream to get all the best nuggets. I love giving out the best stuff at the very end of a absurdly long.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, because you only get the real ones that are paying attention at this point.
That's also when I always tell people, please do subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Like the video. It's when everybody's dropped off except for the real sickos who are already subscribed. But I'll say it anyway. Please subscribe. Trying to get to 2,000. Would appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully I'll see you streaming this weekend, Tom. All right, we are going to head out. But Jake, where can people find you, find your work, etc.?
Yeah, you can find me over at Twitter at Jake Tribbey. Got it spelled out for you right on the screen. And then you can find me over at fantasypoints.com. That's where all my content is, all my articles. It's where I'll be doing shows during the season. Hope to do some Battle Royale style content this season, obviously DFS type stuff. And then I'll have a few off-season pieces. I'm currently working on positional target tendencies. I have not made basically any progress since I last was on this show with that article, but hopefully
2 days ago.
2 days ago, and then have not written much over the last 2 days, but hopefully that will be ready sometime next week. And we also have, and this is by far the most exciting thing, average separation score that will be coming out in the next few weeks here. There will be data within Fantasy Points data. There will be an article explaining what is average separation score. A.S.S, if you've heard it referenced on Twitter by Scott Barrett or maybe some other people at the company. And then we'll also have some fantasy takeaways for average separation score. Like we've mentioned on the show several times, it's a very exciting metric. It's something I'm really hyped to use in my own content this season, and I think it'll help add a ton of context to both wide receiver and tight end performance, and just their ability to get open and earn targets. It's going to be really good stuff. So you can catch all that over at Fantasy Points. Got Scott Barrett's draft plan over there, John Hanson's draft plan. A lot of good stuff. So all your fantasy football needs can be met over at Fantasy Points, and I think Mr. Neil Orfield has a promo code.
It's right there. Orfield 24, 15% off any package at Fantasy Points. You can get the data suite. You can get just the content plan, whatever you want. Fantastic work over there at Fantasy Points. I hope you all are ready for some A.S.S, because A.S.S is coming to Fantasy Points very soon. Thank you, Jake, so much for joining me for 4 hours today after joining me on Wednesday as well. Much appreciated. Thank you to everybody else for hanging out, drafting with us, etc. We will catch you. I'll be streaming on Sunday. I'm going to be doing a long stream on Sunday. I will catch you then. Thanks, guys.